Welcome on by, everyone. Today we will be doing our quotes API. Probably the last big change we'll be making to it. We'll be turning it from just an API into an open API. Well, that's broken, so we'll also be fixing that. Then we'll be doing some code wars and a couple leak codes throughout that, and whatever other projects we come across or find. So, thanks everyone for coming on by. Let's jump straight in, of course, to a leak code first, because we ain't going to jump straight into the big code just yet. So, I do not have that open. So we get another minute of starting up while I open that correct folder. Gotta find the folder. Hope everyone's Saturday is going well. Mine is going well too. Okay, there we go. Found it. Okay, let us pick this one. That one looks interesting. Okay, first code war of the day. We'll be mixing in some leak codes as the stream goes on. Let's find twins, apparently. So we have a new task among citizens of the city. X are hidden 2 dangerous criminal twins. Identify them and eliminate. So there's our classic fun word problem. For the actual prompt, though, given an array of integers, find 2 of the same numbers and return 1 of them. The example is 2, 3, 6, 34, 7, 8, 2. You're expected to return 2. So, there it is in the chat for everyone. Let's jump right on into this one. I think we can manage... what is that? Yeah, we can manage 5 minutes on this one. So, we've already described our parameters. We have been given an array of integers, not floats, so no decimals. We're expected to return the number that is duplicated or appears twice. Apparently, we will return null or the equivalent if there are none. And looking at our test cases, none or null means none, none means null. So they're not asking for undefined, they're asking for null if a second doesn't exist. So there are a number of ways to do this. First way would be iterating through it and just keeping track of all the ones that we've seen and being like, okay, if we've seen you twice, then we're going to return whatever it is we've seen twice. That's the description of it, but how are we actually going to code that? Well, we can start by using index of. I'm not sure if this is the first draft of it, so we'll see how this looks. So say for let I equals 0, because we're going to need the current index. I less than array.length, because we're iterating through the array. I plus plus. And then we're going to say, okay, if the current element has a last index that is not equaling the current index, that means there are 2. So let me describe what I mean. So 2 has an index of 0. This index of 0, this index of, well, this is a 1. Then you get 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, in this particular case, the twins are 1. So this one has an index of 0, 1, 2, 3, but it has a last index of 5. So 5 will not equal to 3. We will know that it exists at least twice, which is all we're checking for. So we're checking for our current index, which is represented by I, not equal array last index of, let's see if I got that right, the current element, which is array I, return I. Otherwise, return null. I think I might have it, unless I don't know what this method's called. Ooh, twins are 1 expected 3 to deeply equal 1. Okay, so we're just going to do a little console logging. First the array, and then we'll console log both I and the last index of the current element. So no first try for the first one, but that's okay. We will make progress. So let's see. Might as well console log the current element here also, which so we'll call that E, just array I. There we go. So now we can read this a little bit more. It's all about getting the information we need to make our decisions and tell what in tarnation is going on. So the array is the first one actually. Expected 3 to deeply equal 1. Okay. I equals 3. So let's go back to the instructions. Return the duplicated number. Return one of them. I'm returning the index. There we go. Not exactly an off by 1 error, but a simple returning the wrong thing error. So close to a first. But this does appear to be working. Now, can we optimize this? So let's just, before we go optimizing it, we have to measure before you try to optimize to see if your optimizations are worth it in the first place. So we have the whole loop, which is O of n. Then we have this here method, which I think is also O of n. When I say that, I mean we go through the entire array, so we go through n elements. And this, I think, also goes through the entire array, worst case scenario. So instead of doing that, because it's basically on times on, it's within itself, we want to say const set or const scene equals new set. So we're going to keep track of all the ones that we've seen. And if we see one that we've already seen, then we can return the one that we've already seen. See if I can say that word one more time, right, folks? So for this one, I actually don't believe we need indexes. So just for historical purposes, I will keep the old code right there. But we're going to iterate through it again with the other loop because we no longer need the index. Const number of array if scene that has number return number. So if we've already seen it, then this is the one that we've seen twice. But if we haven't, then we're going to say, hey, we have seen this number by adding it to our set. And the return null should not change at all. There we go. Now this is O of n for the iteration, O of 1 for the lookup, and O of 1 for the addition. Now this does introduce more space, so while time complexity has gone down, space complexity has gone up, but usually unless you're working on certain hardware, that is the preferred trade-off you would like to make. I don't really think this can get made any more code-worthy. Of course, we're going to see the one-liners though, so let's check them out. Okay, so we got a filter and a find, a little bit more array, more functional. I didn't think of that approach. So we're getting rid of all the things that don't have an index of their last index. Essentially what I did my first, but I wasn't using a filter, I was using an early return, then 0 or null. I think this is less performant because if you find the first number, like it's at 0 and the end of the array, so if you have this and 1 is here and here, you found it, you're still going to have to go through the rest of the array. Because filter will go through the entire array. So cool, but not the best. Find, I believe, is the equivalent of what I was doing. It goes through it and it stops when it finds it. So yeah, the first version I could have written as a find would have been effectively the same, though function calls aren't free. Well, there's filter, not as an arrow function. Where's regex, folks? I know there's regex in here somewhere. I'm looking for the regex now. Hey, found it. So what we're searching for is searching for any number. So first we're turning our array into a string, point free function. Hey, you go, Lev Gen T. So we're grabbing a number, putting it in a group. Body, skipping by other things. Then we're seeing if we ever find that exact same number again. Prop or this is some Lambda functional stuff I'm not familiar with. And using the with syntax. Do not see that often in the world. Hey, look at this! It's like seeing a celebrity on the WoW. The one and only SeanCharles.com. So, index of, so this is more method way of just, instead of capturing it as a parameter, you call index of on both ends. Loving that. I mean, I saw the regex solution. I don't think we're going to see anything more impressive or anything more out of this world than that. Yeah, that was a good one to warm up on for sure. Let's zoom out of this and let's look what they did. Yeah, cool. So, they quotes API. Let's check this out. Oh, where'd you get that? Wait, let me check this other thing going on. Hey, cool. The one, the only, errand, or ear end, I'm not sure. I always say the names wrong. They just started streaming, so if y'all want to check out some Go.game development, watch me typo this. Hey, there we go. Go check them out. I think they're literally just starting, so still on the starting screen and everything. I got a new command. I'm gonna test it out here. And if you want to watch both of us, click that fancy link right there. Oh yeah, for those who were here last stream, yeah, apologies for the last 30 minutes. Had to step away, but I was able to fix my query parameters, so that thing can be linked to properly now. Okay, let's jump in to our project. So we have quotes API, and what we're going to do is turn this essentially into an OpenAPI. Now, we started a little bit on this last Saturday. I got a little lost in the sauce there of like, where am I supposed to go and all this stuff. So what I've done is I've reverted back basically, because there are a lot of, much like Leon has said, Express is unopinionated. That's the wrong thing. Don't know what this OpenAPI is, but I'm sure they are cool. So I was using an opinionated library, and I was using JS.syntax, which is, once I'd done some research on OpenAPI, I realized it's not exactly the easiest way to go. So I'm going to use Express and OpenAPI, and yet another unopinionated framework. It does all this built-in stuff for us, which is pretty cool. It has the Swagger UI built in, which I was adding manually. It's basically not better, but it's more freeing than everything I was doing before. And I don't have to get into that JS doc, which is weird syntactically with VS Code. So let's basically gonna go through the instructions they have here. npm I express OpenAPI. Now I did spend a little time reading the OpenAPI spec. Where is it? Where is it? Oh no, where is it? No, is this it? Yeah, this is it. Which basically, this little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I didn't even read 7, I read 6 of them. It explains how you write the JSON blobs of like how they expect it to be read. So once I figured that out, it all made a lot more sense. There that is, if y'all wanna check it out yourself. But yeah, we're gonna follow this, and we're gonna convert it from just endpoints that respond to OpenAPI, which is going to give us free validation. So if someone over here like enters in weird stuff that I am not handling, because I am not handling anything, I'm just like default it to 1, but they could input infinity for all I know. This will handle validation, and in addition, it'll, since we're conforming to the OpenAPI specification, it's going to allow us to interact with anything that uses the OpenAPI specification. Tongue twister there. Including the one, the only, Postman. So the cool thing about Postman, and the specification in general I suppose, is that, sorry for the blind and white light there, is that you can import, right here we can see the description, if you give it something that is OpenAPI compliant, you can literally import it into Postman and it'll just automatically create all the things, create all the templates and all the collection and all that for you. So for those who are like Postman users, instead of being them having to manually create this, I'll put somewhere in the docs of like, hey, here's a screenshot of how to import my API into your Postman. So again, makes it super friendly again for developers, because we have all messed with APIs that documentation were, how we could say, lacking. So this is step one apparently. Gonna do this thing. Just gonna copy this. Gonna copy all this actually, because all this looks good. Apparently we're gonna put it in an API folder. I'm gonna break some rules. I'm not gonna like put v1 on it. So we create a folder, API, create a file called doc.js. livehoney16. I'm glad it could be a little helpful, because there's a lot of things, especially with new stuff. It's like, okay, here's a new thing, but why? So kind of never introduce a solution without introducing the problem you're solving, or else you're just going to be confused the whole time. So yeah, I like describing what this thing is solving before being like, and here's the thing we're using. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. Base path v1. Base path is API. Swagger. Now, because of my reading of this OpenAPI docs, I know Swagger is what OpenAPI used to be called before they like transferred and stuff. So I think it's now OpenAPI 3.0.0, or it's 3.1.0. I don't know, really. We'll find out when it yells at me, right, folks? So now these definitions, we haven't gotten into schema, but this is basically storing a type and a variable for OpenAPI. So it's like, hey, whenever I reference world, what I'm really referencing is this JSON blob here. I will use definitions, but we don't have any, so can't use any. And this is the YAML way of doing it. We ain't doing that. And then the way they have it, and the way I'm going to follow along, is creating path handlers, which is essentially creating these functions that you write in this way and return essentially an object that has a mapping of all the methods this endpoint supports to the functions that they're called. And the special magic is that you put a .api doc on your function, because remember, all functions are just objects anyway, so you can do that, and it will read this later on auto-magically. Ain't gotta do none of this ourselves. So I think the first one I'm gonna do, so following the tutorial, create a paths folder. First one I'm gonna do is the easiest one, random.js. Hey, whoa, dude. You can save your custom headers to our project in Postman, so all your new tabs get that header. Yeah, whoa, dude. I would love to say I knew that, but I kind of just assumed there's a lot of stuff, because I'm not really an avid Postman user. I'm trying to get into it, but yeah, there's a lot of templating and stuff I know you can do with that, so that's not surprising. Save them to a project, and all your new tabs get that header. That sounds interesting, though. Yeah, Live Honey. Yeah, it's a lot to check out for sure, or a lot to figure out. But it does give pretty good. Great for testing those JWTs. Yeah, I can imagine. I believe Postman also has test scripts, so maybe there's a way to automate the thinging of the JWTs. But again, I haven't used Postman enough. I haven't invested in it, you know. But yeah, I'm glad to hear you get that easy solution whenever I do get to that. I will try and remember that. Hey, Live Honey. This is not my 100 hours project, although with how much time it might as well be, right? So this is my a fun project, the quotes thing. I think I actually skipped showing it off because it's broken. That's why. Yeah, it's awkward. npm run dev. So yeah, let me show off what this is doing here. It's a little elaborate, but you know, I always go all the way when I'm making stuff. So what this is sometimes here's the example, You can enter a query, and it will search all the TV shows that are in the database for when that thing was said. So on season 1, episode 23, that's boring, we don't care about Friends. The Office. Season 5, episode 11, at 11 minutes and 34 seconds, the quote, "Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where I'm going," was said. Yeah, Liv, honey, I know it. I know exactly what you mean. It's like, it's incomplete. I'm not proud of it until it's complete, you know? You can't really show it off until it's complete. I know it's maybe not the best way to think about it, but it's the way I always feel. So yeah, this thing does this, because what inspired this little backstory is essentially I've always seen those, like, you know, those memes and stuff of, like, listing a quote of, like, oh, they don't, like, to get by censorship and stuff, where they say this, like, on a yearbook quote and stuff, because they can't say the actual words in the yearbook, and then you have to go to that show and that season and that timestamp to find out what it said. So this is the opposite of that. This is a tool, maybe, to do that yourself, or it's just a tool to find out, dang it, I remember that thing, when did they say it? You can find out when they say it. All my toys are broke or breaking. It's okay, whoa, dude. You can just sort them in your mind by the least broken ones, you know? You will be good. I mean, yeah, they all can be improved better, but it's like, if you like get to a solid state, then they're good. So yeah, this example, copy and paste, because we don't need no typing practice here. Okay, so we're not using services. At least I don't think we're using services. I was not a transcriptor. So what I did was, on the internet, there exist these places that you can download subtitles, thankfully. And I've downloaded them. I've downloaded the ones from The Office were the easiest to download, surprisingly. Or I don't know, I guess it's not surprising. So these are the SRT captions of them, which SRT is a format for describing caption files that video players can play properly. So I downloaded these, and then I wrote a little script to convert these into little objects that I shoved in my MongoDB database, which reminds me I should have that open, but it's not. There's like 130,000 entries in there right now. So yeah, I'm not a transcript writer or a transcriber, not at all. That would have been 1,000 hours project there. Okay, yeah, so we're writing this random endpoint. So we're gonna go and be like, this is the old random, goodbye. Where's my copilot? There it is. Yeah, I mean, it does require that you're relying on the accuracy of the data. So some of these are like copies off like the actual DVDs. It's like Blu-ray, high quality. So like basically close to official as we can get. Some of them are handwritten, which is like close we can get. And we're actually going to be adding another one. Last stream, someone mentioned Animaniacs. So after we make a little progress on here, we'll chuck the Animaniacs in here. So we get another CVers to people can search for stuff on. Okay, so let's write this code. Boom, that's the code written. Let's copy the code, I would more accurately say. Okay. Ooh, this is REQRES. You know I don't like being the shorthand. Yeah, Liv, honey, I'm an awesome one for automation. Animaniacs. Yeah. Well, actually, I have the new version, so I did a little perusing for the old version because I didn't know what they were referencing. But the old version, like, I couldn't find season 4 of the subtitles, so if y'all really want, I can add the old one on there. It's just gonna be missing data, and I'll add like a little. Eventually, at some point, I'm gonna have to add a FAQ or something, or like a little description on the site, and in there I'll be like, season 4 is missing. If you find it, send it. I'll put your name somewhere. But for now, we're going for the 2020 Animaniacs. Okay, so we have random here. Let us do cool stuff with this. So this is, again, you're not going to really recognize this unless you read the documentation of how you're supposed to write these things. I did a little bit. Hopefully I read enough that I can write it. Time to put that knowledge to the test, right? Did I do enough? So I know firstly I know I'm a little bit lazy, so I'm gonna want TypeScript to be like telling me stuff. So this is a request handler. So this is using JS stock. It gives me cool annotations. I love using it. So right now you see response. VS Code's like, I don't know what this is. This is any. But if you use TypeScript, or in this case, I'm too lazy to go to full TypeScript. If you use JS doc and like say, what is this type? This is a request handler. With enough experience, you'll know what all the things are. Now you hover over response and it's like, ooh, VS Code knows what it is. More importantly, VS Code, if I go response dot, VS Code can tell me all the things I can do with it. So I'm getting the free autocomplete, basically. That's the only reason those comments exist. Learning, always learning. My Saturday's doing great so far. How is yours? We're just getting into OpenAPI-ifying our boring old API. We're literally still following through the tutorial using the old whatever they posted for us. Let me turn that on too. I can't believe that chat message keeps showing up. I thought I turned it off. One day I'll turn it off. So now we're doing more type documentation. Copilot. This is a request handler? No, Copilot, it's not. It is an operation. I don't know. Is it an operation? Let's find out. No, it's not an operation. I failed. What is it? It's an operation function. Subqueried API. We're reading TypeScript, folks. API doc. Is that it? There we go. So I did that so I can get free autocomplete, because while I did read things, I did not memorize them. Hey, I haven't used it too much, Live Honey. Like, I got access to it, but I never used it because of the privacy implications of it sending essentially all your files. Like, this, it sends this entire file, for sure, over the internet to them. It's like, I don't know, at one point, that's why I didn't use it initially, but now I'm kind of like, it's a tool, I'll figure out how to use it. So it's pretty interesting. I would use it on literally everything if there was a version in which you essentially on computer, but that don't exist for free, so I'm fine with using on open source stuff. Ooh, learning, always learning, and OS reinstall. Those are never fun. I gotta install mine basically when it starts breaking down, which is usually every 2 to maybe 5 years, depending on how jank my graphics drivers get. But yeah, at least it's not that often, right? Trying a random quote. This is a great name. Yeah, it is free. I mean, yeah, like, I'm cool with it being free and all, which is very amazing once you get accepted into the thing. But the thing that it's cool, I get that's the way they have to do it, but it sends the entire file off to them. So if you're working like on things that you can't necessarily share, you can't necessarily, like, I've heard from a bunch of people where it's like, oh, I would use it at this company, but legal said this, that, and the other. So if there was an on-machine version, then I'm willing to pay for it. If you got me an on-machine version that kept all the data local, I'd be like, oh, sure, I'll pay for that. But yeah, it's pros and cons, you know. It's a pretty cool pro. Definitely awesome for duplicate work. So let's see, we're getting a random quote. We give this an operation ID because we're supposed to. I don't know. The response for 200 is a random quote. The schema is an array. It is an array, actually. Well, no, it's not an array. I lied. It is a single quote. And it is not a world, it is a quote. And it's not definitions, it is components. And in that component is a schemas. Forbidden to use it at work. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, it's cool. I'm glad I haven't gotten dependent on it like most tools, because it's like the one tool that I would avoid getting dependent on. So it's like, it's a nice helping hand, but fortunately, I know how to do, or I'm happy that I continue to know how to do what it's doing for me without it. So mainly a time saver. But I do like using it when I can. So that's not a use variable. We can underscore that. Okay, so we've defined our first API doc for our OpenAPI, a summary, a response, so it can return 200, description, and then this is the schema of what's returned with that response. Now we're saying it's a reference to a component schema quote. So basically we're saying, kind of like using a variable, use this thing and put it here. Now we don't have that thing yet, so we have to go write that thing over here. Some components and no autocomplete layer. That is super sad. We want autocomplete. Okay, I don't know what it is here. So we're gonna shift over from writing it to actually using it, so I can get some autocompletes up in the house. So to the server. Okay, we'll probably do this somewhere at the bottom. So following through in the docs, because basically we did that part. We're not creating a service. And here comes the thing. So first we need to do some importing. Import API doc from, well, not API v1, so API doc.js. Boom, got that import. They do it at the top, so we too will do it at the top. So initialize auto import, pass it the app, pass it API doc. Oh, so we pass it. We don't pass any dependencies because we don't have any yet. We pass it paths, which is a local string to API paths, and then it just works. Ooh, NodeMon. So NodeMon restarted for me, and it did not work. Arg's API doc is invalid. Okay, so this is bad, apparently. Why is this bad? Interesting. Well, let's console log it just to see if it was an us issue or a them issue. So console log API doc. Oh, here, look, there were more. There was more message. I didn't see it. So must not have additional properties base path. Okay, so it's saying no on the base path. That's cool. Hey, DM Bull. My Saturday's going great. I hope yours is. For those of you who don't know, DM Bull also does some streaming. Apparently, they were creating an app for teachers. Yeah, I was mainly lurking on that one. Shout out to the elite port. Yes, of course. What do you mean? This is the port I always use. You always gotta just gotta let them know. It's like a secret nod or a handshake. You know, it's like, no, we're cool. We're on the same band here. How's yours been going, DM Bull? We're open API-ifying our API. We're getting there. Apparently, we can't add a base path, so super sad on that. Apparently we can't find modules either. Super sad on that. Yo, Jack Tree Coding. Thanks for coming on by. It is going good. Hey, Gem 2. Project is going well, both y'all. We're just open API-ifying our normal API so we can do cool stuff like have cool viewers and people on Postman can just like one-click import our entire API. Hey, that's a good one, whoa, dude, 2121. Yeah. I don't know, I'm kind of boring, like, elite code Port numbers 8080, 8000, 5000, 3000, the classics. Hope y'all's day is going well. We're just seeing why this thing is angry. Cannot find module controller. So VS Code was like, I'll import it for you, and I won't add the .js extension, because I think you're in some other environment. Whoa, that's an angry thing. So we're making a reference to a thing with the ref, but it don't exist. So this is where we have to update that, but I'm lazy, and I want autocomplete, so I have to go ask it, yo, how do I do that? So I search through the TypeScript docs, there it is. So I'm using an OpenAPI v3 document. Cool. Hopefully that is exported, so I can, in my docs, be like, what is this? This is a type of... No, not exported. That's okay, we can do the manual way. What is that? It was express OpenAPI args, and it was a parameter API doc. Now, autocomplete for the win. Can't go in without my autocomplete. Yeah, thanks for coming on by, Jack Tree. I hope you have a great rest of your day too. I'm gonna make this thing party, that's for sure. Now look, okay, let's see. Let's everyone watch GitHub Copilot, see if it can figure stuff out. Ooh, it knows I want a quote. It's an object with properties with a quote. That's not what it is. We'll just let it keep going. It's a show. That's correct. It is a string. Season. Oh, look at it. Look how smart it is. Go GitHub. Professional coder. Come on, add the closing symbols too. Do it all for me. Hey Jim, yeah, always. That's cool. Reinstall Git and Heroku CLI. Hey, free space repetition, right? It's all free space repetition. So yeah, I, professional developer, just wrote all that code amazingly. Yeah, DM Bull. I've had it for a while. Just I didn't use it for a bit, but yeah, I'm giving it a free, giving it a workaround now. So this is all correct, I suppose. I just want to give this a little description. No, not that kind of description. Don't know why it's confused there. Description, a quote. Amazing description. That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm not kidding, DM, but I'm going to let it do all the work for me if it can. Only if you're lost. Yeah. Like I said, I'm kind of new to using it, so... It does a lot of repetitive work for sure, like what we just did. And it figured out that it had all this, so I guess it sent my database or something to it. So it's pretty smart. Contextual, at least, yeah. And yeah, it's polished. You know what, we're not going to spend forever adding descriptions. We just want this to work. Quote, show, season. This is a number. Specifically, this is an integer. So, OpenAPI, you have numbers and integers. Numbers can have decimal places, integers cannot. Then we have episodes. It's episodes, right? I can look at my script that made it. It is plural episodes, so this is an array. And this has items. Okay, figure it out. Type of integer, you go. Okay, I'll close it myself manually. Whew. So yeah, show, season, episode. Yeah, this seems good enough for now. Are you cool? It's not that cool. Okay, components type must be an object. Okay, apparently I wrote this wrong. So components is supposed to be an object, not an array of things. I guess that makes sense. It's supposed to be a mapping. I just goofed on that one. Okay, auto format, please. Too many closings. There we go. That looks happy. Yeah. Yeah, DM Bull. It's like, do it yourself. Yeah, it can go off on the rails. Yeah. I mean, it's basically, it's like you're getting free code review practice then, aren't you? Okay, so I wrote this wrong again. Oh, wait, okay, no, this is my random endpoint. Yay, so I wrote this right. I wrote the other thing wrong. Ah, so I don't think I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to do like what? Content, there it is, and then application, you go. Okay, now I know the schema goes inside here. So yeah, the space repetition, it's getting there with this OpenAPI spec. Hey, no error. So if we go to our locally hosted thing, we see nothing just changed. But if we go to API docs, we will see a JSON. Amazing. Where's my user interface? The whole half of the reason you are here, OpenAPI, is for the cool UI. Ads, where's the UI? Add a route for Swagger UPI, Swagger UI. Base path plus docs path. Okay, I haven't added a base path then. All I gotta do is do that, right? So base path. Local hosts, I guess. Is this what it wants? We'll find out. No, that's not what it wants. Must not have additional. Maybe it goes in here. No, it doesn't go in there. There's a servers thing. Yes. What's servers? Okay, that's what servers is. Oh, I don't have multiple servers. Thank you, Copilot. That's enough. Okay, maybe this is what it's supposed to be. Cannot get API docs. So HTTP, like / on API. So I want it here. Yo, Raz. Hey, yo. Hope it is going well. It's a / swagger. API docs. So this is like the raw docs, which is what you would import into Postman, but I want more than this. Hope your day's been going well, Eraz. We're over here, OpenAPI find our API. So it says Swagger UI like right there. Oh, yeah, they mean to use Swagger UI as in you point it at the thing. Okay, I get it. It's going great. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. We're going good. Knocked out our first code wars. Slowly but surely OpenAPI-ifying our stuff. It is going well. Now let's go ahead and add another URL. Well, actually, let's not add that because I don't know what that is. So essentially, the way in that this library is unopinionated. I got some opinions. I want the pretty fancy ooh la la UI, so we need to npm install some stuff. And this is what I was using last time. Essentially is the UI on our own server. Hey, no, that's perfectly fine, John. Welcome on by. So that timer is counting down to our break. I run 30 to 45 minute long Pomodoro sessions. Thanks for coming on by. Yeah, and we'll be taking a break in 13 minutes. Well, we should be taking one. I'll probably get lost and we'll run 5 minutes over. So better as a domain if you want to make a page of cool emit shortcuts of HTML and CSS. Emit.link or emit.cloud. So, I mean, both of those sound pretty alright. Cloud, when I just read it, it sounds like, oh, this is some online, like, this is something hosted in the cloud or such. Yeah, for sure, Liv. So I would, like, let's see what other cool ones there are, because there's probably like emit.tech out there, or emit.docs. Ooh, does the docs TLD exist? Or .sheet? I don't know if sheet's available. But yeah, Raz, I'd say link more than cloud. Yay, Jeannie, thanks for coming on by. We're over here. Well, now we're exploring what's the best emit.link for a Raz. Apparently a lot of these are, well, of course it's emit, a lot of these are kind of already registered. Emit.info, oh, that would have been an awesome one there. But yeah, Jenny, how's your day been going? We're over here adding OpenAPI to our API. Yeah, I know that student budget they rise. I mean, for the first year, most of these are pretty low. Init.live, that's not a bad one. .biz, no, I wouldn't go biz. Lol, no. It looks like there aren't that many tech-related ones. I mean, if you can get live, link honestly sounds pretty good, because that's kind of like what a cheat sheet. It's like in the synonyms area of that. So I'd say that over cloud. But if you can find something else, that'd be cool too. So it's like it's closer to the bullseye. I don't know if I can think of any bullseye top level domains. Ah, that's right. Yeah. If you prefix it with some init401, that's a good sounding one. Come in here and dropping all the cod ideas, huh? init411. init411.com or yeah. Erasme. Whew, you got perfect on that one, didn't you? I mean, yeah, basically all the Emmet 401s are available. So emmet411.info. That sounds really good there. It's not even expensive, relatively. That is a 401. That's like an American lookup call thing, right? That's a phone number that you can like look up the 411 on. Or it used to be, yeah. I guess it still is. I don't know. Phone numbers, they exist, right? I guess it might be a bit of a American only thing, because different places have different numbers. Well, I guess it depends what you're marketing to. I definitely got the reference immediately. But yeah, Emmet 401 info might be a good one. Or the basics ones, yeah. Yeah, lots of things for sure. The extra M on that Eraz. I mean, you could do that. You might get a little bump on the SEO, because I think like Google, like the one-off domains kind of get bumped down for being like scammy or such. I would go with the original length, because if you're doing the extra M, they're the SEO and the things, they'll think, oh, they're trying to catch people who make the typo. I think the Emmet.link will be a little bit better. Then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not how they do it, but I know that when I try to do that, yeah. No, don't apologize at all. This is a great discussion, figuring this part out. Yeah, good mind pick. I mean, hey, I'm glad you came and asked, because you get that, got the link, got the 411, all that stuff. Yeah. Twitch chat buys the domain. Do. Yeah. We'll figure it out one way or another. Like I said, if I ain't got the answer, Genie's gonna join, drop the answer, and be like, boom, my job is done. Okay, so we're adding Swagger UI to this, because this is like what we're gonna make, but we don't have this. But we don't want to like have to drop a URL on our thing. Hey, yeah, you go, you have fun on that. Okay, so we want the Swagger UI actually visible. So I remember the old docs for it, which is Express Swagger. Because this adds it as a page on my Express server, which is very much what I want. Yeah, Swagger. I know it's called OpenAPI modernly, but Swagger is like what it used to be called. / it's what half of it's still called. But yeah, that's I guess like the Swagger is what more people might recognize who have been in it before. But yeah, that's basically what we're doing. We're implementing the Swagger API specification, so they call it OpenAPI now and all that. So Swagger UI still exists, but they built the specification, and then they transferred the ownership of the specification to OpenAPI. So it's kind of like, what is it, W3 and the MDN? Like, they're not in control of it. They have their own section of it and their own sub-spec and their own set of tools, but the actual spec which they created, got renamed, and what is that? Kind of like the W3, democratized or something like that. I don't know the right word for it. A board was created and decisions got much more official. And that's why like tools like Postman and like so many other tools can so easily interact with it now. And yeah, I'm adding the UI because I want the pretty thing where people can click and like, ooh, type in fields and all that pretty coolness stuff. So this is the way we do it. We import Swagger UI and then we serve it with a Swagger doc. I guess I have a Swagger doc. It's API doc. So paste. Boom, we're almost done. Up this import's in the wrong place. It needs to be up here. Import Swagger UI from Express. Swagger UI Express. There we go. We're all great at naming packages, folks. API doc. Okay, let's see if that's gonna do the magic. Not that magic. This magic. Emmet.link is owned by me only for 117. Well, that's the first year, remember. At least, unless you got really lucky with a DNS service and domain name server, which was I'm like, hey, give me, who'd you hook up with? But yeah, for the first year at least, should be that. Boom. This is very. It's missing all the cool stuff. Where's the cool stuff? Yeah. How do you get import over const when you do your own Express server? Okay, so I'm not exactly sure, but import over const. You mean importing a const variable? So I've declared a const here, and I've exported it as a default, and then I'm importing it somewhere around here. So yeah, I am importing a const over the thing. There is a risk. So while it is declared as const, that's a good question. I wonder what happens. What's gonna happen? We'll find out. Okay, so apparently it's very much still a const. You can't do that. Though, it is like all consts, you can mutate it like that. Well, okay, you can usually mutate it like that. It's yelling at me. Import Express from Express. Oh, okay, yeah, very much. So that is CommonJS import, where you're doing. I'll literally show that exact. Actually, I think I'll copy yours. Yoink. There we go. So there's the other example. So when doing your own thing, so you either need to use a transpiler to turn this back into this for your environment, or you can tell Node.js to run your package as an ECMAScript module, which you do by going to package.json and give it a type of module. If you don't give it a type of module and you try to use the import syntax, import variable from quoted name, it'll yell at you and tell you to use type module. So this is the magic. I think Node version 14.4 would. You can do type module and it will just work. In the old days, Babel, Transpiler, Webpack, all these things transpiled these to, I don't want to import cores, transpiled this back to CommonJS, aka the const express equals require quoted express. So yeah, type module is magic. Neat. Yeah, I know it's a little more configuration than coding, so not as exciting, but it just gives you the newer thing. There's no reason. You don't have to do it. Half the world still probably runs on the old version. I just like it. On a scale from 3 to 9. Hey, good one, Arise. Who good are you? I mean, I think I'm in coding. So if we're talking just about coding, I'd say 7. Yeah, from scratch, it's a long time, DN Bill, for sure. Lots of, back in the day, it used to be a bit more complicated. Thankfully, things have gotten easier. Okay, so we have this, but I'm not getting. So this thing like does. Ooh, a promise. It's a promise. What's it? It's a promise. Thing. What is this thing? Tell me the thing. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at OpenAPI. Or look at GitHub Copilot. Just writing my code for me. Okay, that was easy. I want to use API router though. A Dark Souls API. Yeah, I mean, you don't really, unless you're, it's not really needed to go fully from scratch with Next.js and all these cool new built-ins that automatically do it for you. Even technically, this doesn't really need to be in, what do you call it? Express app, probably. So API docs. So this thing is like automatically doing something. API. Expose API. Yeah, we don't want you to do that because you're bad at it. But now I want to do it. Then I will manually serve the API docs. Is that the magic? The server is off. Hey, boom. We got it. Outside of investment time that I have it for work. For sure, yeah. Yeah, DM Bull, that's the infinite progress, right? Always trying to learn more, pick up more of what you don't have. For sure, yeah. So this is the end part of the end goal. I will link to this somewhere on the front page, and they'll be like, okay, let's build out. Like they want to try my API. They have this super cool UI that they can click buttons on, and it just runs it for them. And it gives them a little snippet. Well, it's a boring snippet, but it's a snippet nonetheless. And it shows the response, and they can do all this cool stuff. So this is part of the end goal. They get this cool URI. I write a little bit of code to tell the UI what all the things mean. Yeah, would you look at that? Schema, a quote, all this fun stuff. Auto magically made for me. Don't know what this is about. Oh yeah, I guess I gotta. Oh, that's for one for production, one for development. Cool. Just in time. That's right, Araz. It made it just in time. And yeah, I do suppose. Because, yeah, I mean, that is working. Next would literally be writing it. So, yeah, that would be break. Hey, Deriva's red. Dervaza red. There we go. That's close as I'm going to get. Think. Hope everything's going good with you. We just completed the first bit of code by getting our OpenAPI, well, one method of our API converted to OpenAPI auto-magically. Ooh. We'll be jumping to the break, and when we get back, we will, of course, be doing a Code Wars or Elite Code. I haven't decided yet. Hope your day has been going well. It looks like MUI. Yeah, it's free. It's called Swagger UI. Well, I'm in dark mode, so it makes it look weird. But yeah, Swagger UI is what it's called. This is what you get when you conform to the OpenAPI spec. You get a bunch of tools that work for you. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, folks. If you can't, I will catch you after the break. Welcome on back, folks. Welcome on back. And yeah, you're right, Dervas Savored. It is a little bit dense, but yeah, it's a coding guidelines that allows, you basically got it perfectly, easy usage and exploration of APIs. So if you basically write your API in this way, it'll allow other tools that work on things or work with things that also follow the OpenAPI standard to easily, just like with a snap of your fingers, work with the API. Yo, thanks for the follow, Harry Hopkinson. That is a great username. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well so far. But yeah, essentially, like, for example, Postman, for example. Let's take Postman. They're a great example. No, it is a free service. It's not even a service at all. It's kind of just a way in which you write things. So it's like how you've heard of REST APIs. They're APIs that follow a certain pattern. And I guess more generally speaking, it's like when we write something that says, like, it uses an underscore, we're not actually doing anything special. But we're conveying to other people a special meaning by doing things in a certain way, by following a standard. Now, technically, this does nothing to the actual code, but if there are other people, when they read this, they'll recognize that and do stuff accordingly. Essentially, it's like that, but more expansive, in which if you write your API a certain way, exposing, and particularly if you expose this little .json, you expose this little file. Well, it's not there. That's awkward. Oh, it's docs. If you expose this little JSON endpoint and all this blah 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 stuff, you expose this, then other tools can open this and consume this. I don't know if Postman can handle it right now, but one of those tools that uses the OpenAPI spec is our one and only Postman. So I actually don't know if it's complete enough for it to work, but you see I drop the URL, I click the thing, I click import, and it's just like, I got you. And it automatically adds it to your Postman, and boom, the endpoint is sitting right here for you to use. Watch it not work though. Okay, it doesn't work at this moment because it's my spec is very broken. But you see, like, with a simple import, using Postman as the example, you can import an API and have all the things listed automatically with variables and all the other magic stuff just for you straight out of the box. Obviously, this isn't done yet, but this is just one of the tools that uses the OpenAPI standard that if you comply with, people can use this with your API. This is like a third of the goal. Most of the goal, though, is this built-in thing that works if you define your API in an OpenAPI standard, which is this cool thing where they can click it and just explore the API much easier. Because as cool as the APIs are, if no one knows how to use your API, then no one's gonna use your API. So making it as easy for the developer as possible, kind of the goal here. I'm gonna delete this because that is a pile of fire. delete. And there are other tools, but Postman is the more popular one. To answer your question, though, in a 3-minute roundabout way, it is free. Completely free. Yeah, it's interesting. You don't need to, obviously, but it's just an extra little bit of grease for working with your API a little bit better. But of course, as cool as that is, we got some project thing to do. I'm gonna do another code war. Let's see. Let's check out this one. Probably should be deleting these as I complete them. That would help. There we go. Okay. So, how many times does it contain? Return how many times a string contains a given character. A little easier one, but we'll ramp up eventually. Takes a string as a parameter and a character, which is the character you have to find and count. If you give the input string hello world and the character O, expected to return 2. So not too crazy avocado this time. Let's 6 minutes should be enough. Here are our example cases. The string hello world, the letter O, 2. I wonder if things are case sensitive. Well, we have no examples to tell us, and nothing here says case sensitivity. So like if one of these O's were capitalized, would they be counted? Would they not be counted? We don't really know. We'll just see what happens. So the classic way, I think, is going to be iterating through this and checking every character. If the character equals the character we're looking for, increment a counter. At the end of that, we'll return the counter. So let's do that way first. Let count equals 0 for const char of input s. I will use a for of loop because we do not need the index for any reason. Because if char equals char s, count plus plus. Then we return the count at the end of our for loop. This should be exactly what we're looking for. As expected. I'm trying to think if there's an easier way to do this. Yeah, Chris, this one it turned out to be a little easy one. We'll do a second one though. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. Yeah, I mean we could probably do a fancy what is it? Input s dot split char s dot length minus 1. That might also work. Yeah. I think it's more expensive though, because split creates a new array, so I think I'm fine with this basic one. Yeah, it is this, and we'll count this as a warm-up, you know? We'll get another one after this. Let's see, split, filter, length. So filtering it to an array of all the matching, and then counting how many are in that array. There's the split, length minus 1, a reduced. A lot more expensive than it looks because reduce is not a free, although you're reducing over a number, so not too bad. Regex, matching how many of those were found. Some rammed piping, more regex. Yeah, this is a pretty good warm-up for sure. Let's find another one. Let's go to Elite Code real quick, folks. I told you we'd be sprinkling it about. And here comes our thank you, Spectrum Internet, for this free break. Here we go. So given an integer array nums of length n, create an array of length double n, where answer I equals nums I, and answer I plus n equals nums I. Okay, so if we're given 1, 2, 1, we should be given return 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. So essentially, we're concatenating the array, concatenate a with itself. I mean, there are like there's like a built-in method for this, isn't there? Nums.concat. Nums, is that not the built-in method for it? Maybe it's not concat. Oh. So I mean, I think this might be it. There we go. Let's imagine our interviewer said we can't use concat, right? Because that's probably what they say for such a problem like this. Concat is not allowed. Yeah, brought to you by Spectrum Internet. Blazingly swell, that's right. How are you doing, inadequate? We're just knocking out, apparently, which is 2 easy code wars / leak code problems. So let's imagine we can't use concat. Let's actually use the name they use. What do they call it? They call it ands is an array. Now in this case, I would cheat. I'd be like, okay, I can't use concat. I'll use the spread operator twice. Nums, and then return answer. So that would be my second approach to it. Hey, glad to hear it, inadequate. But obviously, imagine the interview said, no, you can't use the spread operator. Stop trying to cheat the interview. So you gotta do it manually. I suppose the manual way to do it would be just looping over it twice and adding all the values to the array. Constant num of nums. I mean, I don't know how to get this any simpler, you know. And push num. We want to do this loop twice, so for let I equals 0, I less than 1, I plus plus. So we want to do this twice, and this that we're doing is pushing all the things from nums into answer. Wow, I wrote it wrong. Amazing. Oh, because I is less than 2, because that's how math works. There we go. Isn't this going to unsort the array? Well, I don't believe they asked for the array to be sorted. There's nothing. It's simply concatenation. Now, if it was asking for a sort, that would be another interesting problem. But focusing on this one, though, I'll try the sort one out in a moment. I think this is as simple as this solution gets to. I'd use concat, or I'd use double spread, or you loop through the array, concatenate amount times, pushing to it every time. I don't think it gets any simpler than this, time or space. But if it wanted to be sorted, so let's imagine that. Obviously, it's not what they want, but think the way. So I would call dot sort on the. No, that would obviously be the actual way, but interviewer would probably say, "Don't do that." So I suppose the way to do this, because essentially we're sorting in different arrays, they just all happen to have the same elements. So what I would do is I would create these different arrays, so I'd create copies of them, and as I traverse through them, hold on, this ain't even sorted to begin with. So I'm trying to think, what would not unsorting the array look like? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Nah, it's all good, all good. Sort first, then duplicate element-wise afterward. Yeah, that might be the way to go, always learning, always learning. Essentially, it's not a merge sort, but it's when you have multiple arrays as input, and you want to, and they're sorted, but you want to keep them sorted. The way I do it, the way I've done it, is essentially you have all your arrays. Here's an array, here's an array, here's an array. And you have your results, so this is where they're all going into, and then you have your last thing, which is in this box here. So then you check all of the beginnings, so you check here, here, and here, or at whatever index you're at, and you say, okay, which is the one closest to this number? Pull from this one, then we move this index up to here, then again, these three, which is the lowest of these three? If it's still this one, go to here, move this one forward. So that would be the way I would do this. Essentially converting this problem to concatenate a bunch of sorted arrays while keeping them sorted. That would be the way I would do that otherwise. I think this is about as best as it gets, and according to the thing, I did get it right. So yeah, that was two little easier ones just to warm us up. We will crank it up eventually, though. Do not worry. Let's jump back into OpenAPI-ifying this, though. Okay, let us crank that timer up. And for those who are not aware, oh, hold on. Things loading. There we go. Our friend over there, Aaron, is also streaming right now, doing some Godot game development. Although right now there's a flying chair, so I don't really know what they're doing. Oh, they're taking a break. But yeah, if you want to check them out or check us out about the same time, feel free to jump over there or use the multi-watcher, which is working now. It's working a lot better. In the meantime, though, we will get this thing working. So first, we shouldn't call this thing, right? We should call this OpenAPI. Give that a better variable name. We'll love our variable names. Oh, we've done random, right? Yeah, random is basically done. We just want to do the rest of them. Okay, so API. Let's look at the other ones we have. We have show names. Link. Well, I probably shouldn't copy that because I gotta copy this first. Show names.js. Paste. And we're not querying random quote. We are. So I could do something here. I could keep it. I'm gonna keep it in the database. But I could also make it a dependency because the show names really don't change. They do change though, so we'll keep it. I'm not gonna get any. So I'm gonna do something cool. I'm gonna go for show names as a parameter, and let's wake up JS doc so this knows what it is. It's an array of strings. Thank you, JS doc, figuring it out. So what I'm going to do this time is instead of querying the show names from the database, I'm going to have this passed to us, or dependency injected. This is going to allow us, essentially, when the server starts, it'll get the show names, and then it won't. The disadvantage is that when show names changes in the database, the server needs to be restarted, but I think that's a fine trade-off for, essentially, show name autocompletion in our API. Now let's see here. So we have this. We're going to leave this all wrong. Show names. So we're going to leave this all wrong. API. Yeah, we did show names. We're going to keep this here. So we need to call it. But we'll ditch it here. And then in our server, this is where the stuff happens. So where is it? Dependencies. Here we go. If we say, no, not client, show names equals await query show names, then, well, this won't work because this is an await method and we do not have top level await, I don't think. Consumes. Oh, that's some old code. Mongo client must be connected. Oh yeah, this needs to be done after the database is connected, obviously. So there's our connection, and then there's a list. We might as well await this while we're here. And I sync this to. So while we're using async and await, let's use it fully. OpenAPI equals this, and then these two lines depromisify. Lovely. I think that looks alright. What do you say, NodeMon? Yeah, NodeMon sounds happy. So now, what I've done here is essentially, let's see if it works though. This is what I've done and it doesn't happen. Show names, and if we try it out, ta-da, the names of all the shows. So this is working, and we did this a little different, so we did change the API during our conversion. Big no-no in some circles, but essentially we said, here is the show names, Mr. OpenAPI, and here they are. We'll put them in this variable. Now, it's smart enough to be like, oh, when one of my routes wants show names, specifically by the same variable name, it will map it to whatever the value of this dependencies object is. So it's smart like that, and it gave me the show names right here, which I just sent back. The disadvantage I already mentioned, if the database updates, the server won't update, but I can do a thing or whatever. The advantage, hopefully, is going to be some cool autocompletes, kind of like a select. Because it's only going to be these show names. Like, it's not a constant, but it's basically a constant. Return all show names. Gonna want that. Show names. And so this isn't a quote, this is a show name. But it's not a single show name, it's an array of show names. So it's a type of array. Thank you. Items is this. Of course, this is going to be very angry. Because this is going to be like, that don't exist. Watch it. That don't exist. That's right. It don't exist. I shall make it exist. So we have quote. We want show name, which is a type string. Very good. Example, The Simpsons. Okay, go Copilot. I didn't get The Simpsons in there. I should be using examples. Like I said, like others have recognized, OpenAPI, very extensive. A lot of different things you can do here. But I want this to be an enum, aka an enumerable, which is kind of like a string that can only be certain things. So where do I find it? There it is. So type of string, enum, array of all things it can be. Enum, it's going to be of just the show names. Now, we can again here say the show is no longer a string, it is a ref of, get it Copilot, yeah, go Copilot. Now, this is good, except show names don't exist. And since that's being loaded from the database, we can't export this kind of just as an object. We have to export default function build API doc. And this needs to take show names, which JS doc will tell us this is an array of strings. And then this will return all this in here. Not like that, it'll return. Well, I can just do an inline return, right? Return like that. And is this up? Can TypeScript figure stuff out? No, it can't. Yeah, so I will say the return value is this thingamabob here. At returns that type. Now, can you figure stuff out? Yay, it can figure stuff out. Lovely. Okay, so essentially we convert it from just a static object to an object that's being created with some variables, particularly show names. Now this is going to break on fire. But after we update our thing from not API doc, but to build API doc, and instead of using it, we will call it as a function passing show names, which I have right here, which I will shove into another variable, show names equals paste show names auto format. No, okay, I'll do it myself. See if it likes it. Oh, no errors. That is good progress. So now if we go over to Swagger UI, I'm going to be like, hey, give me the show names. The schema shows show names as an array of 2 strings. Ain't that automagical, alright. And it'll update as the server turns off and turns on. It'll always update from the database. That is lovely. Oh, that's right. And since show names is used in my quote definition, watch this. The schema of a quote, the show value, is one of 2 things. So it's all coming together basically. Okay, that's a good one for show names. I mean, is there anything more I need to do here? Show names, an array. This is doing exactly what I want it to do, I think. Let's go to the next one, which is show info. Show info.js. So again, we're trying to figure out which one I want to copy and paste. I guess we'll copy and paste show names. It seems right. Then we'll take our actual code for show info and yoink. And we'll put that in. Then we'll update that import there, add the .js, because we know VS Code messed that up. We won't be taking in an array of show names this time, so goodbye there. That is a wrongly named variable. Show info. There we go. I won't think... Oh, so I have to capture the request variable, or the parameter, give it a name. Now, before, this was my lazy validation. I would default things to undefined. OpenAPI, at least Express OpenAPI, automatically does this free validation for me. So I don't need to do that. I'll just pass the variable request.query.show. Now, VS Code don't know, but it's disadvantages of not using TypeScript. And I think actually, I'm gonna go real crazy. We'll destructure it out. yeah, if it gives you more ability to read exactly what's going on. Loving that. Return show season and episode numbers for a show. Sure, it's a great name. Show info. Season and episode numbers. Now I already said that. So we have it here. Great thing about this is that we can just keep this wrong, and we should be able to use our API to, there we go, show info. So if we try it out and we execute, error, next is not defined. That's true, next is not defined. Love that error. Run it again. Empty object. I did not give it a parameter, so we need to define our parameters. Oh, that's okay, folks. Let's watch GitHub Copilot do the magic. Here we go. Ooh, a show in query. That's right. Show name required. That's true. Schema. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Oh no, Pilot, you went the wrong way. You didn't figure it out. Okay, so that was close. The schema is not a type of string. It is a ref of. Okay, figured that part out. This all seems right to me. We'll find out. Think the ref needs updated from show name. You might have said that just as I got to it there, John CW. Where I'll go check though, in the doc. Show name singular. Show name. Hey, these seem right. We'll see if we get an error. I assume you said it just as I got to it. But now we can select a show name, friends of the office. This cool, look at this. This is just cool drop down. You drop down and you click it. No, don't be sorry at all. You were there. Oh, did you look at this? Ain't this cool? You go to an API, you don't have to figure it out. You get auto-completed drop downs. You click, it shows you what the URL looks like. Oh, that's the wrong URL, but that's awkward. It shows you the lovely response. Now, based on this response, we kind of got to build out our schema, because we see it said it was returning an array of strings, but obviously that ain't the universe we're living in anymore. So we gotta think, what does it return now? It returns kind of a dynamic object. So it's an object that has an array of strings that can be 2 or something digits. So it ain't an array, that's for sure. So it's a type of object. Oh, maybe OpenAPI figures it out. Properties, that's not true, because they're not set properties, they're dynamic. So it's an additional properties of type array. Yeah, type array. Each of these are not an episode number though. They are each a type of string. But they are conformed to a pattern. Can we do regex? Pattern. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to conform these to a pattern. Essentially to be like 1 digit followed by hyphen 1 digit, or at least 1 digit. Oh, look, it's solving it for me. A million numbers of times, but it starts and ends with this particular magic regex. That seems like good enough for me. We'll add descriptions in a momento. Okay, let's see. The letter D. No. So what? I have to double backslash this. Escape my escape. Is that what it wants? Hey, okay, so it's numbers. So it's not wrong. It's not. I mean, that's what regex described. These are some whack examples, though. Also, I don't want to do that double escape. It looks weird. I think we'll use string raw. Right? You'll use string raw instead. And I'll probably give this thing an example. So on the schema level, it's on the next level that we say example. Oh, we can give multiple. We only want to give one example though. So our example, oh look at that. It knows what I want. Oh look at that. it's throwing numbers. That's cute. It's not really what I want though. 3. There we go. So that's a cool way of saying it. Let me think of my example. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 seasons, 5 episodes each. But on season 2, the first 2 episodes are joined, and then the last 2 are also joined, because that's how they look sometimes. On season 3, we got a really weird one. It's one giant thing, but they're all 5 episodes. That surely exists in the real world. Now that we've given an example, this thing should be a lot prettier. Hey, look how pretty that is. Kind of looks like a normal response. And if we try it out and executo. Yeah. Okay, I think this is... Let's look at season 4. Oh, wait, season 4 of The Office is the one with all the doubles. There we go, season 4. Looks beautiful. Huh. Oh, look, I didn't think you can find out the regex from the thing. So yeah, if you know how to read this, you can really know what's going on. Fancy. Okay, so let's get show info. You can probably make this more descriptive though. So we have schema on this one. That one's fine. So we have an object, which is a description seasons. I mean, I don't think it's productive calling it the same thing every time, but I don't know what else to call it. Oh, does that... Okay, we're just taking a moment to connect to the database. Because remember, every refresh hits the database anew, so... Sad. Season... Okay, so I'll rename this one a little bit better. Season 2 episode numbers mapping. It might be accurately wrong, but it's a little bit more descriptive at least. And then this one, description, episode numbers. That seems right. Looks alright to me. Okay, I think this is it for our show info. Huh. Okay, we got one left. Search, the big one. Search.js. One of all the magic. Well, who are we gonna copy? Not show names, that's boring. Random is also boring. Show info is probably what we'll copy, because it's the most complicated one we got so far. Let's ditch that. Query DB for quote. We'll copy what we had before right into here. Just yoink it. Okay, we can't do that anymore. So back to normal requesto. All this gotta get updated. Okay, so I guess we'll start on that. So we delete that. Oh, I need to use cores. Ooh. Okay, so let's not do search just yet. Let's make sure cores is working. Because I literally haven't done anything with it. Yeah, so how do I test it? I go to this tab and I make a fetch. So if I fetch, gotta make the fetch the URL though. Fetch show names. That should be an easy one to test. That then are r.json in console log. Hey, cores is not working. Okay, I'm sure this thing has a way to plug middlewares in. How do I use middlewares? Maybe I have to like put it in its own router like I currently have and call app.use before it. Promise based middleware. I mean, I am, but configuring middleware, here it is. You can vendor extension properties, use as a root property, all paths, that's what I want. as an example. So X express for an example. I love me examples. Yikes! I'm supposed to read this? Ah. Okay, here's how. Oh, there it is. So we add it to the API doc. Okay, that's lovely. Yoink. I have an API doc. It's somewhere around here. There we go. We'll just check this out. I don't know any good places to put it. We'll chuck it down there. And we'll use cores, right? All we should need to do is import it. Import cores. Can you figure it out? No, it can't. From cores. It's okay. I got me. No errors. That's looking good. I wonder if I can do it from here. I have to do it from local. Yeah, so content was blocked. Let's do it from here. Content was... trying to figure out why. That's not a cores error. That's a connect source error because I'm doing it from this thing. So I need another server basically to run this from Python 3.8 server 8080. Is that how we do it? That's how we do it. This will be a boring web page. Love me my boring web page. Boom. Okay, we got cores working. Let's turn it off and make sure it's working, because they're both local hosts, and I don't know how that works. Okay, it restarted. I make it again. It still works. That's awkward. Yeah, let's turn it back on. We're gonna assume it works for a bit. Then once we get to the point where we test it, we'll see if it works. So, to do, let's put it under here. Test cores. Great thing. So we assume it works. We'll test it when we get there. Now we got all this here. Yikes, this is a lot of stuff. Well, this is better. Search for quotes. Start off on that. I don't like how I'm saying literally return for all of these. Let's search all my summaries and fix that. Get a random quote. Get... I don't know. Doing weird verbology now. Yeah, let's call it get. Get all show name. That's a little better, I think. Okay, back to where we were supposed to go. Update those search things. So search for quotes. We'll call this search parameters. Well, show is a parameter. It ain't right there though. Let's go Copilot. Query. Inquiry. Search query. True. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go. You gonna do the next one? Yeah. I tried to get this thing to do multiple lines, and it did, like before I do it once. I just don't know how to configure this thing to give me more than one line. That's okay. We can be patient. Ooh, it did the regex for the season number, which is wrong, but it's got a good idea for it. Love me. See, this is what the Copilot already loved before. This tedious, boring work. How much is there? There's a lot in here, apparently. Almost there, right, folks? So how's y'all's day been? So we've let Copilot finish writing my code. Oh, look at that description. How did it know? Open, it's all done. GG, Copilot. Hey, King. How you doing? I just wrote all that code by myself. Hope your day, evening, or night's been going well. Nice, nice, nice. We are OpenAPI-ifying. Yeah, you saw nothing. Yeah, we are OpenAPI-ifying our current API. Let's see. Search query is true. Show name. I guess it's already default. Yeah, I'm working real. Whew. That enter key is wearing the E off my enter key, you know? It's not a string, it is a ref of show name. Again, worked really hard to remember that. Season number is an integer, episode number, numbers, episodes. Wait, what's episodes again? I actually don't remember. Query DB for quote. So this is why you need some specification to tell you what things are. I have this marked as a bug. Yeah, episodes is really weird right now. It's this. Kinda. Oh, this is wrong. Hit me with another tough one, eh, King? Okay, let's see what this one is. Median of two sorted arrays. We did do a Code Wars early today. Wasn't a tough one though. Sponsored by Spectrum Internet. We'll get there eventually. How do we do this? Default? Yeah, we do default 100. We start defaulting some of these things. Default while our internet loads. Default false. Okay, let's see if that leak code is done yet. There we go. Oh, it's a hard one. Yikes. So given two sorted arrays of m and n, the median of the two sorted arrays, n log m plus n. Yikes. So the median of two. I'm trying to think out, because I have the idea in my head. My initial thing was, oh, join the arrays, find the median. But obviously that's not the solution. So my mind says join them, keep them sorted, and then find the median. So I forgot what the word median means. See example 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's exactly kind of the way I would expect it to be. Output is 2.5 for... It's the sum just... Oh, the median is 2 plus 3 divided 2. Oh yeah, the middle two elements, because that's what median is. I remember math. So yeah, okay, my instinct is now really telling me that joining the arrays into one, keeping them sorted for efficiency, and then calculating the median as expected is the way to go. Maybe a little more efficient way to reduce the calculation of middle element from nothing. Well, no, it's just going to be the length divided by 2. If it's even or if it's odd, grab the next one and smush it, right? Yeah, that seems what it is. Okay, we're going to go for this one because I actually think I can do this. Famous last words. So const merged equals here for basically for both of the arrays. So I don't know, while nums1.length or nums2.length. I know I'm doing this probably a bad way, but it's aight. So while one of them exists, so const possibles equal nums1 0, nums2 0, I guess. Something ugly like that. We want to pick the one that's essentially, yeah, they're always ascending, so small to big. So I want to pick the smallest one. Don't know what I did wrong, but I guess I got a syntax error lying around here somewhere. If, actually I don't need an array, nums1 less than, oh, I know what I did wrong. It's nums1, not num1. Nums, actually I also want to filter too. This is kind of weird, so I don't want to do that. So this is doing if either. So if not nums1.length, again, very bad code. Then essentially merge.push nums2.pop. So we're handling the weird cases in which only one of the arrays exists. Again, very bad. We'll make this better. Else if nums2 is empty, then just take whatever's from nums1. We don't want pop though, just realized. Well, if we reverse them, we do want pop, because pop is from the end, and while we could use unshift or shift, those are expensive, and it's real picky about this. So we'll use Reverse, again, can be efficient, use indexes. Maybe do it later when I get hit by a time, but we'll do the reverse thing now. So if num1 is greater than nums2, 0, then we want the nums1, 1 to go first. And again, this is probably going to be the wrong way around, but nothing a flipping of a symbol won't fix. Else, we'll do nums1. Again, we're just joining the arrays. We haven't even gotten to the median logic yet. Console log merged, right? Okay, let's see if we at least got the merging working. Did we merge correctly? We'll find out. Ah, undefined. Okay, so oops, a daisy there. So 1, 3, 2, again, very bad code. Flip the symbol around to get that sorting a little better. Oh, and I'm comparing on the 0th, not the last one, so that wouldn't even matter. So, nums1.length minus 1, again, very bad code. Very bad code, very bad code. Yeah, so we're just merging the array at this point. Haven't even got to the median problem. Yikes. Oh, symbols. Math. There we go. Sorry, leak code. Okay, so 2, 1, 3. 2, 1, 3. Probably got the symbol the wrong way. After this, we're going to start throwing console logs at this thing. 1, 2, 3, undefined. Good. So here's the thing. Both of these happen. Then else for if either of those. It's a chain thing. I forgot to. That would help the undefined, I bet. Okay, so boom, we joined the arrays. Congratulations to me. Now I calculate the median, essentially picking the middle index. If it's even, one thing; if it's odd, the other thing. So we'll do the, again, bad code. If merged dot length modulus 2. So if the remainder is 1, aka it's even, return the middle element, which is merged dot length divided by 2. So it's 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. So we want to math seal this. I don't know, I feel like this is going to break. Otherwise, return. No, we're not going to handle that test case. We only do this one. Then we'll copy in this other one. Output 3, expected 2. Maybe it's math floor. I know how to count. I'm very great at counting. There we go. Now let's write the other test case in here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Ah, round, huh? Yeah, we'll chuck a round in there. We'll swap it back, see if round does the trick. Because that will go to the proper one instead of bottom one. No, it ain't round. Because it's 0.5 at the moment. 1.5 will round up. Yeah. I mean, floor still might be wrong, but works for this one test case. We will figure out how to fix it for another one. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's console log our merged array. Just to be sure. Oh, lovely. You know, at this point we can save, like, middle, cost middle equals this, just for, because we're literally going to be using it again. Otherwise, return merged middle plus merged middle. Oh, that's not how you paste. So we add them together and divide by 2. Gotta put these in parentheses because the division would love to happen first. Let's check that console log, run the code. And that's not how math works. So I expected 2.5, I spat out 3. Ah, I did middle and middle. Of course, middle plus 1. Though I might have to floor 3.5. Ah, middle minus 1 plus middle. Could have just figured this out by looking at the math, but now we're just going to run the code 5 times. Yeah, that one looks alright now. So we did in reverse, which, it's expensive, true. Can replace that with index tracking. I know this ain't gonna work though, so let's see why it doesn't work. Is it gonna be because of time or... Ha! Hey! It's not the first shot, but... Oh, apparently I already did this in Python. What was my Python solution? Why don't this show me my Python solution? There we go. So, yeah, King, I did already do this one. I just forgot about it. So I did this in a way that... Very cool. I mean, it's not that crazy. Oh, wow. I remember this one. So when I described, oh, I could use indexes and stuff, I was... what's that thing when you, like... You think you've had an original idea, but you haven't? I basically had that thing, because... I thought, oh, this index tracking thing, that's a thing I just thought of for the first time. No, past me already did index tracking. So instead of mutating these arrays of pops and reverses, I keep track of the index and I move it forward until it's at the end of the array. But apparently, I mean, look at this. My fancy index tracking takes almost double, it takes double, almost double and a partial of the time my yield JavaScript did. Oh, this does use a bucket ton more memory, so I don't know. But yeah, it's pretty good. Optimizations. I mean, now that I see like the performance of my index tracking, I don't really want to go there. Reverse is necessary because pop is expensive. If you're like the shift is expensive, so gotta do the reverse. Again, index tracking will be the only thing I would go for. This, don't think this gets any better because it's literally math. Put a space there, that makes it look nicer. And this logic might be possible to write it better, because I'm checking nums1 length twice and all this. But functionally, I feel it's about as good as it gets. Length minus 1. Yeah, so we're using length like 3 times here. Ooh, we can use a for loop. Let's use a for loop. We'll use a for loop. For let n1 equal nums1 dot length, n2 equals nums2 dot length. Always true. Well, it's going to be n1 or n2, and then as our update, we will set them back to our thing. Yeah, so we can use a for loop to get some cool looking syntax in here. There we go. So we use for loop, goodbye, while loop, and now we can just say, instead of nums1 length, I don't get Control D auto replacement. I am powerless. I can use M2 for that. That makes it a little shorter, right? See if it still works though. Yeah, it still works. So yeah, we're essentially abusing the for loop to set initial values. Our conditional for the while exact same. Then we're using this to update these values to our new dot lengths. Not necessary, but makes this writing a little bit better. I'm noticing. Okay, here's some duplication. We're always calling merge.push. It's what we're pushing that changes. So if we say, we can go full ternary on this. I can see it. I see the ternary, the triple nested ternary. I can see it, folks. Oh no. Which means I gotta write it. So it's merged.push, not n1. So if there's no n1, well, this is the weird thing, because it's an if, else if, and then an else with an if and an else. So how do I nest that ternary wise? So we're going to do the other way. We're going to say if, well, these are exclusionary. So if not one, then the other. Which can be optimized now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, so if there's no n1, then we're going to push all the things of nums2. So we're literally just push all the things and break. So we're making this a little bit more efficient, less loops, break. Else, if there's no n2, then we're going to push all the things from n1 and then break. Which means we do get to reduce a little indentation on here. which that can be ternaryized. I do got updating of this spread push, but it's not. It's a little better, folks. Not enough, and well, it's also wrong. Oh, how did I do that? So it's console log our merge. So at some point we got that wrong. What did we get wrong there with that rewrite? 1, 2, 4, 3. Ah, because it's reversed, right? Yeah, so if we reverse it again, push the remaining in, again, reverse, not a free operation, but I think cheaper than going through the entire array and constantly calling pop. There we go. Okay, we fixed that part. I want to invert this, I say. So I want to say if n1 and n2. So basically, if we got to do comparison and then break. So basically we're flipping it around, putting the top on bottom, bottom on top. And then here we can be like, okay, whichever one of y'all are missing, push the rest down. Now this, okay, so we can make 2 ternaries out of this. Well, we could have. So if n1 and n2, do that. Else, if not n1, let's look at merged again. The refactor has broken it again. 1. Oh, I call it a break. I don't need a break. I literally need nothing. I can safely run through the rest of the code. No, I ran out of memory. Ha. Okay, so we'll just say continue, I guess. Don't know what I've done here. Apparently this became infinite at some point. Ah, what am I doing? So the thing about an infinite crash is that you don't get console logs out of it. Huh. So we're pushing the pops, which should be hitting these again. So I literally just swap them around. So if I put them back on bottom, put the brakes. I saw. So I removed these brakes. That might have been it. Okay, so if let's swap it back, but we put the brakes back in there. Yeah, JavaScript can figure it out. Okay, there we go. So apparently those brakes are like super integral because I'm not removing them from it. That's why. Okay, I remember now. So this is good. This is good. Let's go further. So this part right here can very much be ternaryized. So merged push and then the ternary. Merged pushed what? Well, depending on the result of this expression, it's going to be either nums2 or nums1. And once you evaluate to them, you're going to call, oh, parentheses, where are you? Dot pop on whichever one you evaluate to. Ah, symbols are wrong. Interesting. What is this particular error? Nummel is not defined. Ah, nums. Should recognize the highlighting. Boom. Okay. That's good. Now here we can do the logic here. So if n1 and n2 do that, we'll go with an else. Just to make it a little cleaner, a little more consistent. So merged push, then this is simply the same thing again, evaluate to either of the one. So if there's someone n1, then nums1, else nums2. Hey, there we go. I don't think I need that console. I am confident now. No, I have done the thing again. So these call breaks, and these need to call break. I made the same mistake twice. Okay, so this is working. Acceptable. Not seeing any I mean, I pretty much squashed this as small as it's gonna get. Can make these statements one-liners, but I don't know how that break is gonna handle on this one-liner, to be honest. We're about to find out, though. We're about to find out. It ain't gonna work. As expected. The break is not inside the else. See, now that just looks weird. I gotta have that consistency at least. Okay, I think this is the best I'm gonna get. It's probably less performant, to be honest, but it's alright. Yeah, less performant, takes more time to run, as expected, but it does work. And with that, we will be taking our break. Thanks for the suggestion, King. That was a pretty fun one. Again, this is about the best way I could go for it, and I suppose the next way would tracking indexes, but I think I'm fine without it. Hey, XX Empire. So, an API is Application Programming Interface. We all know what that is. But an OpenAPI is essentially an API that conforms to the OpenAPI specification. Now, what the OpenAPI specification is essentially it's a way, it's like a pattern in which you can structure and list your API that allows for tools to interact with it. Yep, including API docs, like King says. But the general standard allows anyone to interact with any API that complies to it, giving you, like you see here, these are some documentation that I did not write this web page. I wrote some JSON and some stuff, and it wrote all this for me based on me complying to the standard. In addition, tools like Postman can take advantage of the OpenAPI standard. You can import APIs into Postman with like a single click. Lots of things can use the standard. What I'm personally using it for is this super cool dashboard of like autocomplete and magic stuff. This is like primarily what I wanted from it. The fact that Postman and other tools can use it, also pretty cool, but for me, this dashboard basically with built-in stuff is my main takeaway from converting to OpenAPI. And the server is dead. But yeah, with that, we do gotta take a break sometime. With that leak code, we will be taking our break. Example. Hope your day has been going well. Of course, yeah. It's a little bit more front-loading work. Like you have to put in more effort to comply to the standard. But once you do, the result is that you get the benefit of you don't have to write your own dashboard or you don't have to write your own thing. You can use tools that work with the standard to save yourself the work of doing all that stuff manually. And yeah, we'll take that break, and usually we come back with a leak code, but we left with a leak code, so we'll come back straight to the project. So if you can, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. We'll jump back into it after. No, King, I just did a leak code. What are you doing? Okay, let's take the nice 30 seconds here. I'll load that up. Merge sorted array. I mean, isn't that what I just did? Oh wait, okay, maybe I will do this leak code since it literally looks like the code I just wrote. It hasn't loaded, but I assume by the title. Yeah, when we come back, we will be doing a leak code. Oh, you watch me, King. I will try to use as much as my old code as possible. I see the slight difference. I think I can make it work. 1 minute out, folks. Feel free to slowly make your way back. There we go. We'll jump straight back into it. So we will be doing this little leak code that King suggested because it's essentially the top half of the code I've already written. So this one is called merge sorted array. So we're given two arrays and supposed to merge them and return the sorted version. But there is a but. We're given an array, and we're also told how many elements from that array we're supposed to be manipulating. So I think my lazy way of doing this is saying nums1 dot length equals m and nums2 length equals n, because I think that might mutate the length and not allow iteration past it. Nope, that's not how it works. So output expected. So that didn't work. Maybe we don't do that. We just see how it works initially. Output expected. Okay, not working at all. Cool. Okay, so our input is an array, a number, an array, and a number. I'm outputting nothing. Oh yeah, these arrays aren't sorted. I mean, they are sorted up to those last three. So let's console log them. nums1 and nums2 before the reverse. See what they look like. They look pretty good. We can say, so I don't know if this little dot length trick is working. We'll find out. It does appear to be working. Okay, so maybe this code I copied was not up for the challenge. N1 or N2. If N1, so let's just console log these. Console log N1, N2. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, so 6, 5, 4. Oh, the length is 6. That ain't true. The length is 3. Oh, well, it was 3 before I removed those lines that did their job. Now we get to look at it. There we go. So 3, 2, 1. So yeah, I did all that thing. I returned merged. So the output is nothing. That's console log merged. Because I don't think it's empty. Maybe I should have looked at what I'm supposed to return. Huh. Okay, let's see what this logic is. Input, output. Expected. My output is nothing. Merged. This is interesting. So let's just spread it into a new array. I don't know what's going on. Hey, it ain't that bad as Scar McScarf or oh McSnarf. Yeah, I recognize you. I didn't return. I did. Did I not? I thought it can be a little. Replace nums1's value with merged. Merge. Replace nums1. I have two nums. I have a couple nums1s. Yeah, it can be scary there, McSnarf. I understand. How's your day, evening, or night going? I am being blind. And King's like, it's right there. And I'm like, I don't see it. So output, empty array. Let's actually return something dumb. I'll not control S, run code. Oh, should not be returned but stored. Hey, there I go for reading, right? So it should be stored inside the array nums1. Okay. There I got you now, King. Probably should have read this. So, oh, interesting. So I'm supposed to kind of do this in place. Whoopsie daisy. So I probably can't do nums1 equals merge, because that's just going to replace the reference, and they can't test for that reference. As expected, yeah, they can't do that. Okay, so I basically need to put them all back in num1. I could do a for loop of that. I can see this is very much. I see what you mean by like how it wouldn't work the same because they expect a different algorithm. But I'm working through it. I can see the efficient way to do it though. M plus n, I plus plus, merged or nums1 equals merged I. It's not cheating. It's using more space. So yeah, time complexity. All this stuff, bad complexity, but it works. But I do see the goal here. I see the proper goal, yeah. So essentially, I'm supposed to traverse through this array, compare the values, and whenever the value essentially is greater than or equal to, I put it in this one. No, okay, you know what? Here's the efficient way. Okay, I got it. Here it comes. So we start both of our indexes here and here. Well, not here and there. Here and here. We keep track of our third index here, of where we're inserting stuff. And as we compare, we put something in here, we move our next index here. Well, hold on. If n is larger than m, this will override this thing. Can n be larger than m? It can be. Well, no. Nums1 is n. Yeah, okay, so that way. So I think this way is fine. It's like got an extra O of n iteration, but that's not the worst. So I think this will work. But yeah, I do see how it's meant to be done a little differently, King. Accepted 65, yeah. That's fine. But yeah, keeping all this in place, not having the extra space. That's the efficient way. Yeah, to loop. I know. I said I know. Yeah, but well, that's technically follow-up. And this does pass the test, so I'm good. But yeah, I completely see the efficient way you're supposed to be doing this by not storing the extra space, doing a single loop, all that stuff. Technically, though, it's in the books, you know. Hey, look at this. It's easy, not medium. If they want it to be that fancy, they should up it to medium. So it's good for me, though. I see what you mean, King. I see how it gets more efficient like that. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Snarfin McSnarf. Okay, back to the projecto. Finishing this basically the last endpoint. Let's see who else is. Yeah, Aaron is still on. For those who don't know, Aaron, they also do some cool game dev stuff in Go, or Godot rather. So yeah, you can go check them out. What are they doing right now? Oh, they're on another break. Every time I'm synchronized with their break somehow, but it's okay. You can watch us both there if you'd rather. And okay, let's update this thing. So we have the show name, season number, episode number. Yeah, this regex I think is not good. So let's first update our timer. There we go. Let's have a good look at that regex. It is, well, it's right. So let's look at the other one too, because they're both matching essentially. Search. Here it is. So this is episode numbers. Yeah, season episode numbers. We want this to be as many as possible, because it can be 1-2-3, and this now allows for that particular way. This allows for this pattern basically, which means I go around and I copy this to all my other things that decide to use it. Wait, what's this file? Huh. Oh yeah, that's that. And this is search, which also takes that. And so search returns. Oh yeah, search. This is old code. That's all I was wondering. I was like, where'd this come from? So in this problem, you can't do reverse, right? Yeah, I don't think. I mean, you probably could, but let me look at it again. See if it can. Let's see if I can keep it on reverse. Because I was really confident you could until I saw the length thing. So if n is always less than m, then you can do it in reverse, largest to smallest. But if n is larger than m, basically if, well, that's not where it is. Where is it? Ah, so I'm trying to scroll up here. Yeah. Merge sort array. There you go. I had the wrong problem up. But if n is always smaller than m, then you can do it reverse, kind of the initial way I was gonna index move it myself. Come on, internet, I believe. Yes, essentially the fact that n is always less than m allows you to have 3 indexes where you're looking at on this one, where you're looking at the currently last place thing where you want to put something, and the end of here. So 3, 6, what happens here? 6 goes here, so we get 6 there, and then this index essentially moves here, this stays here, this becomes 6, and this index here. Then we have 3 and 5. What happens here? 5 goes there. It's completely readable. Then we have 2. Well, 3 goes here. Now, since that happened, this spot, it's going to stay 3, but it's completely fine because our index will now move down here. And then, well, it's 1 and 2 because there's nothing left in this array. So you can see 1, 2, 3. Oh, I do see that part. 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I forget how to count? So it's, oh, there are 2 2s. That's where it is. So yeah, so one of the 2's goes there, then that one stays there, and that one stays there. So you can do it reversed if n is always larger than m. Otherwise, yeah, I'd still say reverse is probably the easier way to do it. Because you need to clear this slot up before this element comes and replaces it, essentially, or else you lose the data. Of course, you can just make a copy of this and be like, do what I did. That also works. It would also work for the time complexity too. So yeah, you might be able to do reverse depending on the lengths of those 2 arrays. Okay, let's finish this OpenAPI-ification. Okay, so we got page number, that's an integer, number of quotes, default, good. Let's also default this to you, default first page. Episode numbers don't exist, season number not added. Include counts. Episode number can be numeric though, so I might have to do a one of in this particular logic, but not now. Include counts into total and page counts. Make that a little better. Okay, let's get this thing working now. So the schema is an object. I'm not going to put that description. It's not additional properties, it's just properties. They are hard-coded properties. Let's close the search box. Here's the thing. Quotes. Will you figure out it's a schema thing? Lovely. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. I'll close it myself. And the next one is total count. So okay, I'm gonna again another refactoring to the actual API. So let's go to our controllers. There we go. So I did this weird thing, which people did mention when I was writing this. Oh, you have 2 different counts on like the results object. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. It's gonna be on a counts object. So result.counts object with a total, and the value is still exactly what total used to be. Sponsored by GitHub. I mean, if they want, they can sponsor. You know, I ain't opposed to it. Results counts page, and that is results counts total. So now they're on one object, a little bit cleaner of an API response, less things splayed about. And now I can just be like, heh, payload, which I honestly should have done before, but we here now. Okay, so we have that, and now we have counts, which is a thing that goes here after we add a comma. And this has 2 properties. Type object properties. Can you figure it out? Total? Yeah, you go, GitHub Copilot. Page? There you go. You figure it out. Go GitHub. Go GitHub. So we close that. I think, yeah, that's all balanced. So here's the thing. Not all these properties are... Oh wait, how do I do that? Is it required? There we go. Autocomplete saves the day. Oh, look at that. It's not that. So this is just saying that there's always going to be quotes. There might not be counts, and this is based on if they ask for it, which I don't think the OpenAPI is extensive enough to like do parameter-based properties and crazy stuff like that. So total description, total number of quotes. Thank you, that is useful. Description, number of quotes. That's not right. Number of pages. Number of pages of, sure. Minimum is at least 1. Total minimum is at least 0. Well, it can't be less than 0. That's basically what this is saying. Can't have negative quotes. That would be a wacky world. And we'll give this a description. Matching quotes or found quotes. Quote query, quote query information. Figure it out. No. I was like, please solve it for me. Sure, that's a good enough thing, I think. Okay, so I think I have the document basically done. Let's update the code to be accordingly, because now we don't need to do any of our boring validation. We can capture it and destructure all the stuff we want. No autocomplete. That's okay. I think I can just use all these and remove the pluses. That looks right to me. Auto format, adds a little space. No failure there. Now I just gotta go to the server. That would help. AI docs. Moment of truth, folks. Search. Hey, look at all this stuff just filled in, waiting for me to click try. Boom. So I guess we'll do our classic. Sometimes I'll just. We'll just hit execute. Oh no, we got the front end. We got EJS. Okay, wait a minute. Hold up. So the API is wrong. The endpoint's wrong. That's what's wrong here. So I have to go to the doc and tell it to use /API, because it's defining it all in the wrong. Like, it's supposed to be on a subpath, and I don't know that. So if we refresh it again, can it figure it out? Try it out. Sometimes. There we go, /API. That's working. It feels a little weird though. It feels like it doesn't. I don't know. So servers URL /API. Maybe there's a better way to do this. I don't know. I mean, this is working though. I mean, I'll fix it when it becomes an issue, you know. Okay, so we got this. Let's see what our schema looks like. Quotes. Lovely looking schema. Could we ask for anything better? So these values are all filled in. I'd rather them not be filled in, because like it's sending them all, but they're all like defaulted. So I don't want them to. What is this? So it's not on this page. It's not the controller. This is the one. Yes, let's refresh and see how the form fills out. So it's filling out too much stuff, basically. There we go, page number 1. Try to figure out that one. So yeah, the default is 1, but we'll say, like, don't give it to me. Like, just, I don't know what I'm asking for. I don't want it to be filled in. It's still filling it in. So if I don't default it there, maybe I can default it in a thing here. Page equal 1. No validation, but I still have the validation of the number. There we go. The disadvantage, though, is that it's not completely obvious what the default value is. Oh, gotta type stuff in here. Let's actually swap this to true while we're here. Yeah, so I think I'm happy with this. I like a cleaner URL per page. That's what default's kind of used for, and I'm taking it away from the OpenAPI and shoving it in my thing. Yeah, I think default is what we're supposed to use. It's just giving me a weird user interface I'm not a fan of, but that's okay. Yeah, conform to the spec. Okay, so this is working. Let's set this thing to true, actually. Oh, there are our counts. 11 it. Let's use our friendliest quote. Sometimes Ow. Boom. Okay, so that's friends. I love friends. We're not looking at friends. Look at that. Look at that cool drop down. That's exactly what I wanted. Boom. These are the 2 quotes, episodes, timestamp, 2, 1 page. Beautiful. Okay, this is working good. Yeah, so this is good. Include total and page counts. Quote. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Number of quotes, page number. This is perfect. I'm just kind of lingering to see, like, am I forgetting anything? I don't think I'm forgetting anything, though. Okay, this is lovely. Okay, what's next? This API file is done. Got to test cores eventually, but I ain't there yet. Controller, what did I do? I put that thing in an object. Cool. I think we're nearing a commit here, folks. This is basically doing everything that it can do with OpenAPI. Looking good. Okay, I think there's a thing that I haven't filled out. There he is, a getting started API. TV show quotes API. There we go. Get a little bit more descriptive. Ooh, what else can I add into that thing? No, description. Yeah, probably. Get quotes for TV shows. Amazing. Now we have servers here. I think we want to add the next one. Local server. We also want to add our public one. I think we'll put this one on top, because I don't know how the imports will do it, but I want this one to be on top. So, production server. There we go. A lot of quotes. That's a good enough name for me, I say. Here's a question though. So using it locally, I'm just gonna have to like select the thing, right? That's all I gotta do. Something is broken. Cannot find module API and forward from server. What have I done? Oh, let's see what you got here, King. I'm guessing it's your solution to it. A 2 pointers, so pointers at the end, index. Math. Gotcha. There was a math way to do that instead of having a 3rd pointer. And then, yep, assign, decrement, otherwise assign, decrement. Then for all the pointers, while pointers greater than above 2, essentially, copy the rest. Oh, so that's copying the rest of the second array to the first one. We're copying the rest, basically. Oh, yeah, built-in testing. Yeah, that's a pretty good welcome win, King. It's a little simpler than I had in my head, but yeah. Perfect. I mean, it sounds perfect to me. Testify. Oh, no docs. Toolkit of common assertions applies nice sustained logic. That's cool. Yeah, that's a pretty good one there, King. Might have been able to optimize mine to this after I saw the math, but probably would have gotten to my math 3-pointer solution and been like, I'm good. But yeah, that's a good one, King. Thanks for sharing it. Let's see how I broke my code. Hope I got this old code. Gotta get rid of the old code. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of the old file. That's what happens. Here we go. So now that I'm here, there we go. We got production and local. So if we ask for a random, give me random, it will go to whichever one you select, local or production. And production ain't working because it's dead right now, which is a thing we will fix probably right now. Okay, so express client connect successfully, show names, initialize. I think this is the best way I want to go for it. Let's do the magic. 0 milliseconds, 100% faster. I mean, I know it'd definitely be a little faster. Oh, yikes. That is impressive there, King. On one hand, that's a pretty good algorithm. On the other hand, you're using Go, which I heard is like optimized out the wazoo. I'm surprised. I mean, 0 milliseconds. That's a good one for sure. Frame that on your wall. Be like, I beat all of them. Strangely, though, only not 100% of the memory, which you'd think would correlate. But yeah, that's awesome there, King. As long as I'm top 50, I feel like I did something right, though. You know, it's like, top 50, I'm probably in the right direction. It is super fast. Yeah. I mean, one of the next ones I'm going to learn eventually is got to be Go or Rust, or one of those lower level fast languages like that. Eventually, but yeah, one day. Someday in the future. I mean, I ain't challenge you to do it, King. It seems like you're pretty optimized already. What more could you want? Client connect, all this stuff. Lovely. Nah, King. It's just, I mean, there's one thing like figuring out the algorithm, and another thing to implement it. You kind of need both parts, you know. So, and you figured out, like, you optimized what my description of was, or what you already thought of, to use one less pointer and be much more optimized. So, you need both ingredients, you know. Yeah, I think I'm just adding all this because it looks LGTM, you know. Convert API to OpenAPI. Lovely. Okay, so we are basically done. Let me hide secrets with my env file. Yes, let's get rid of secret, because I don't know what that is anymore, but don't need to exist. And let's get push everywhere. Get push Heroku. Let's do some logs on Heroku, okay? Heroku logs. I want to see why the thing is dead at the moment. Bad. Oh, old password. That's why it is. So get Heroku. Get push Heroku main. So I gotta go to Mongo. I gotta go to Heroku actually to update my password because it's outdated. I changed it, but I didn't change it here. Love to see that thing's going well though. Probably gotta re-auth because it's been probably a few days since I logged in. Good old Heroku. Yep, session expired. Let's go log in real quick. Which password is it? Not that one. Yeah, it's that one. There we go. How am I getting such good autocomplete on ZSH? So, I don't know if I have something installed. I might have some extra thing installed, so, I'm ZSH using the Power 10K, what do you call it, theme, or whatever this is. It's on my ZSH, so I know a little bit slower. Any plugins in here? Where are the plugins? Okay, maybe it's one of these. ZSH auto suggestions. That might be the one. Usually there are a lot more, but for the purpose of streaming, I have turned all. I clear them when I start to stream. I mean, I don't clear them, but I shove them to another file because I do have some passwords in there. I think it's this plugin, ZSH Auto Suggestions. It gives you the faded suggestions. Yeah, it's a lot of plugins. I mean, the terminal is not what's slowing down my production environment, you know? So I'm fine with it. I think most of these are like what autocompletes for that package. So like Pep 8, I don't know, history, like all these are basically like autocompletes, I think. And yeah, I think half of them may have came with my ZSH. I added the rest at some point. I don't know. Is it a lot? I don't know. Add wisely, yeah. Big warning. I don't know. Hasn't been the one thing slowing me down, you know. Not terminal startup times. But yeah, ZSH auto suggestions. That's what's doing the magic for me. Apparently, you only got 3. I mean, if it works for you, right? If you don't need them, you don't need them. So yeah, that's what gives me the gray autocomplete, which I think is what you're talking about. Okay, so I gotta go update my environment variable, which means I need to look at my environment variable. Means I need to drag that off screen. Show secrets. That's the password. Hide secrets. Enjoy it back. Reveal config vars. Oh, delete the old one. Delete config var. Oh, got it. Oh wow, Heroku, you're just being really weird. So I'll just copy the entire thing. Yoink. Well, it's not letting me go through the editor of the darn thing. Okay. Oh, cancel. Oh, I have to click edit. No wonder it ain't working. I was trying to update the actual on-screen text. There we go. I think it is happy now. I have to look at the logs. Hey, it looks like it is turned on. So I open the app. It's working. And if we go to API docs, it's giving us a suspense, but it is working. If I click one of the cool things we just wrote, it is working. And here comes the magic. If you go to your favorite, whatever you call it, like Postman, and you're like, ooh, sorry for the blind folks. Blame Postman. And you're like, I want to import a thing. Yeah, King, it's pretty nice. I mean, I think at one point I was just like, okay, this is the list of plugins. I went through everyone and be like, do I want it? No. Do I want it? Yeah. So that's basically why I have so many. Like, I went through it once and I was like, these are cool. I will take them. And that was it. Let's see, link. There we go. Automatically import. I don't know what the difference between this is. I haven't used Postman enough. Get work tree, huh? I mean, I guess I have that in there. That's for submodules and stuff, I think, right? Oh, get work tree. No, I don't think. Oh, it's kind of like stashing, but better. Yeah, I've never really used get work tree, but I see the goal of it, right? It's like stashing, but more organized and such. Creates a new branch, convenient. Interesting. Yeah, I guess when I use get enough. Oh, get branches around? Okay, what's the next thing, right? What was it? Get flow? That's what back in the day, it's like, you use get flow to, like, that's your pattern now, but glad to hear all the branches are dead now. Draft. Why is it called a draft? That's okay. Let's see if this thing works. Send. Oh, boom. Okay, so this is it, folks. You go to your favorite API, and they're like, eventually I'll have somewhere it's like import via Postman, or like a screenshot or something. You go to Postman, you drop in the URL, you click the thing, and it just works. Ain't that nice, folks? Then you go to the random thing, and you're like, you click the thing, it just works. You ain't gotta figure out the URL. You ain't gotta figure out parameters. You come over here, and you got some weird filled in stuff. Okay, this is a little weird, but wow, this has filled up a lot of random junk. Interesting. It's not what, okay, this is not the experience I want. So I have to manually clear all this junk out. very uncool, but it's not the worst. And yeah, then we hit send, and boom, it don't work. Bad request? What do you mean, bad request? Interesting. What's base URL? It is /API. Huh. Oh, I'm supposed to uncheck those. Oops. As you can tell, I'm an expert at using Postman. So yeah, you uncheck things you don't want to use. You don't delete them. I know how it works, folks. And boom. Look at that easy usage. Get season, episode number, send. I wonder if this is like a Noom powered. Like, does it know? Well, let's see what happens when I hit ABC. We get nothing. What happens if we don't send it? We get error, bad request. Huh. So that's acceptable. I was expecting a little bit more. This is why you bad, not you bad. Huh. Okay, so that's a thing that would be cool if it like told me why things weren't working. Okay, it tells you when you violate. Yeah, so pretty cool. It's better than nothing, you know, folks? It is better than nothing. Delete all that. Toodaloo, Postman. You've been useful. And yeah, so we're gonna polish this up just a little bit. Let's look at this to-do. OpenAPI. Test cores. We gotta test cores. So I think I will just npm run dev this. So I'll have a nice local host. And I'll point it at the production server. So we'll see if cores is working. So pointing at production, I want a random quote. Cores is working. Awesome. Okay, lovely. Fix inaccurate bug, we're not doing that. Let's add the animatics. So we got some data here. I did find it earlier. Do need to make some S01 and S02 folders. Besides that, data should be good. Let's stop this. CD into data, animatics. Then I want to move all the S01 things to S01. Move S02. Oh, I guess I got an asterisk both sides of it to S02. There we go. Move S asterisk S01 to S01. There we go. Now they're all in folders, which means now node scripts upload to DB. What do I need to do? Directory and show name. Data animatics or animaniacs. I know. Last person was like, they can't say nothing wrong. So make sure I get the spelling right as I insert this. There we. Oh, what's the spelling? Tell me how to spell it, Google. Thank you, Google. Oh, no way, King. I am not about to do that. I know exactly what that's about to be. Foursome. I mean, threesome is already a bit of a thing, you know. Twosome, you use the hash map. Threesome, use the hash map. I mean, I'm guessing that you'd have to use some kind of hash map array again, but phew. Tough one for sure. I barely understood the threesome hash map. Okay, so let's see if this thing is working with our new animatics. Well, I guess we're not going to get lucky with random because statistically, let's show info for animatics. Boom. 1 season, 2 seasons of 13 episodes each. Okay, let's do a search for them now. Yeah, I can imagine there, King. Duck. I think they have like ducks in animatics. I don't know. As you can tell, I'm an avid watcher of animatics. There we go. Here's all the stuff. Increases in studio profitability. That's a funny one. Boom, this is working as expected. Let's see what this is. Return an array of all unique quadruplets such that... Okay, that's the number. Distinct. All sum to the target. Yeah, King, that's a tough one for sure. I've never done it. No, of course I haven't. Whew. Like I said, I was barely hanging on for the three-sum problem where you basically built a hash, but you... It's like this has to get into some kind of dynamic programming or something, I imagine. Definitely not in my ballpark just yet. But boom, we got animatics added like that. Now apparently there's an inaccurate bug for multi-episode entities. So I think the Office is the only one that does that. So if I get information on the Office... Yeah, it's a tough one. I did it once, but that was basically I remember the concept. I don't remember how to implement it anymore. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out why this error, why I have this thing marked down as something went bad. Actually, I don't see any data that supports like this thing being inaccurate. I think it's accurate enough. Yeah, I don't think there was a bug to begin with. There was no bug. Best way to solve it. It don't exist. Hey, intelligence. How are you doing? We over here just finished OpenAPI-ifying our quotes API. For those of you who don't know, Intelligence also streams, does cool view stuff, co-working streams. Cool vibe to hang out with. Oh, that's the Go version, eh, King? And slice. Oh yeah, this is the this looks like the straightforward brute way. I forgot how to do it. Yeah, that's the same for me, King. I forget how to do half of these after a while. Yo, thanks for the follow there, yo Gam. Of course, Intelligence. Hope your day has been going well so far. Now, this is what we built so far. Yeah, happy Saturday to you too. We got this thing. Well, it's actually right here. Anyone can watch it. We defined our API as an open API using some libraries, and it automatically generated this cool little thing where you can like click, you can try things out, you get cool drop downs automatically. So for people who want to use the API, it's super easy to use, and for the Postman folks out there, it's basically a one-click import to get all this in Postman. Automatically. Yeah, now we do want to make a little bit of polish. What polish do we want to do? Our README needs some help, basically. Also, our front end needs some help too, because it needs to be more than just a thing that generates the URL of the current thing, which that is cool. At the bottom here, I'm happy for this. We want a thing automatically. That's right, Intelligence. It does it by itself. So that API stuff is real cool, but it ain't here. So I guess I'll put kind of like description down here in the section. No Copilot. Okay, I'll turn it off. Wait, I want to turn off Copilot. How do I turn it off? Wait, it's on. I mean, maybe it's only on for JavaScript files? There we go. Deactivate Copilot. There you go, King. No Copilot and no autocomplete too. Yeah. Okay, so we want to update the view so we can like describe. We got stuff going on here. So we have API. Now, I guess we're going to do a little bit of copy here just to make this thing look alright. So this is going to be... Oh, yep, I gotta do it myself. There you go, I closed it myself. Okay, so this will be endpoint API for current query, and then I'll shove the code inside there. Problems with linked list. I mean, depending on what you're supposed to do with the linked list, they can be confusing. Can also just be like simple stuff, complicated stuff. It's like, is it the data structure or what they're asking you to do with the data structure? I guess I'll just make these as anchors. I don't really know what I want here. Swagger UI docs, right? API docs. Yes, we'll make an anchor. href equals that URL. Swagger UI. Even reversing linked list. I mean, reversing ain't like that's kind of why it's a popular one. It's not the easiest thing to do. Like, you gotta think about it to like get the concept of where all the nodes and the links are. So I'm with you on that one. UI. Then we'll have here OpenAPI JSON, which is API docs.json. Well, I guess we'll try to do some describey stuff here. Actually, I think, it's somewhat self-explanatory. I don't need to describe everything going on. Pointers all day, every day, and go. You're not wrong. And I'll make this as a UL. Just make this look a little easier on the eyes. Yeah, in reality, for sure, King. It's not a realistic thing, y'all. It's like, every day I wake up and I reverse a linked list. Current query. API endpoint. Love that. I think we can ditch the random bit, because that's just sitting there. We now have real docs to tell us what's up. There we go. Oh, this thing's called default. Oh no, what's this thing? Why is it called default? It's a collection name? I don't know, I gotta update that at some point. Yeah, this is good for there. Here we go. Update the docs. Define as an open API for easy documentation and usage with various tools. Okay, so I'll link that to the OpenAPI actual. Where is it? .json. Boom, link that to there. Documentation, I will link that to the API docs Swagger UI via Swagger UI usage with various tools. I think I'll link the docs with Postman import OpenAPI. If I don't understand a problem, how often do I revisit it? I mean, if I don't understand a problem, it's always it's not finished, so I have to revisit it. If you mean if I solved a problem but I don't understand it, how often do I revisit it? basically the next time a similar topic comes up. It's not really on a schedule. So like that, like the last one, for example, the merging sorted API, the one that you linked your Go solution in. Like I did, like eventually I understood it, so I wouldn't say I would go back to it. Yeah, intelligence, I shoved a Swagger UI on my API. Yeah, that was the main project for today. So essentially, we have my thing here. Well, that's local. We got thing here, and using an express package, you can, once you define your API as an open API according to the spec, you shove it off to Swagger UI, and you get all this cool stuff basically for free. My API don't do that much. It's 4 GET queries. SFCC. If you mean if it's not free, yeah, I mean I'm using it for free. The library, at least, the API standard is publicized, is completely free there. I mean, Postman uses it too, so I'll go ahead and I think this is working. I think this is working. I'll show the Postman magic. So once you implement your API in this standard, sorry for the blind folks, blame Postman, you can go to any tool that uses it, like Postman. Well, I want to click import though. And you link to the OpenAPI specification, which is, I linked it on the thing. Oh, for your sandbox stuff. Nice. Nice, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty great tool, I'd say. So yeah, you probably know more about this than I do, because this is my first time using it. Yeah, look, instant import. Well, the docs are a little meh, because literally my first time defining an open API, whatchamacallit. But you click the thing, it works. Ta-da! So, in my book, this is miles above anything I could do manually. Like, that's what the standard's for, right? Implement it, and all the tools just work. This is mainly what I wanted it for, the ability for Postman folks to be like, click and do the magic, and the ability for this free dashboard. The dashboard was more like 70% of the reasoning for this. The other stuff was like sprinkles on top. Yeah, now I gotta update the docs up for an elite code. Maybe after the break, King. You can go ahead and drop it though. I gotta update this. Let me see if I got this updated. Various tools, thing, Swagger UI. Okay, I think I got those all right. And yeah, I'll leave that. Let's make sure this URL still works. Error. Bad request. Well, I did something wrong here. See, this is also bad. It doesn't tell me why things fail. I gotta get that working. So, pass validation errors to user. So, cause this ain't cool. I want to know why stuff breaks. Page equals 11. Page is 1. Episodes is 11. I can drop that parameter. Ooh, because it's a string. Gotcha. Yeah. Or is it the regex? I don't know, but episodes should not be a bad request. No ampersand. Oh, no ampersand. Hey! Good one, good one, good one, King. So that's literally just a typo on my end. That's been in there for like a week. Awkward. There we go, so now that works. And yeah, so good catch there, King. People be clicking on that link being like, it don't work. So I'm glad I went and clicked on it. And let's see, I'm going to call this update documentation, because that is what we did. Update documentation. And close, get push. Push, everyone gets the code. Push Heroku main. And exclamation point code. Enjoy. Lovely, lovely. Let's go. I'll take a peek at that Code Wars before we go for our break. Query equals undefined. Oh yeah, because all these things are currently undefined. Okay, that's weird. That's fine, honestly. Is it done yet? There it is. So we got Swagger UI and OpenAPI JSON. Both lovely clickable links. And this still works, right? Paranoia stepping in. It still works. And this still works. Lovely. Generate parentheses. Given in pair, generate all combinations of well-formed parentheses. Ah, this is like a stack thing, ain't it? So I've already done this in Python. And I will not do that again, though. I will do it just in JavaScript. Try to pull it from memory. Get that free space repetition in. After the break, of course. I think the way I did it before was with a stack. No, it was a recursive calling one, in which if the same number of opened and closed were met, then I yielded that to the thing. Otherwise, I added an opening or added a closing to make that count 0. Yeah, and I'll give that a shot in good old JavaScript when I come back from my break. Be sure to take a break, stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Let's see. I don't see. An errand is still on. If y'all want to check out some go.gamedev, they are looking at a blank file. It's probably more exciting than that. Multi-user. Or if your viewer watches both at the same time. Of course, that's the wrong command. Oh no. Oh, this is awkward. There we go, got it, folks. So you can go watch both at once there. They're probably doing cool stuff. Catch you at the end of the break. Oh yeah, King, that highlights whatever line I'm editing on in VS Code. Ta-da! Oh, that's awkward. The help message still shows up. Well, it's another bug. And we can see I got the message that I dropped into. Wait, how do I turn it back off? Oh no. Well, okay, I guess I'll manually clear it, because I forgot how that works. Boop, there we go. Oh, you said it. I think just as I cleared it. No. Put it back on. 11 to 12. Yep, there you go. There we go. Oh, this is awkward. Y'all can actually see what I'm saying because I'm on a break screen right now. So, whoops. This is what it does. It highlights stuff in my VS Code with whatever you want to say. But obviously you couldn't see half of that, so my bad. Oh, now the timer's wrong. Everything's on fire. There we go. Okay, pick that break, folks. I will be. No, King. That is a publicly found plugin that you can use yourself called Twitch Line Highlight. Made by Comfy.js, I believe. There we go, yep. Let me drop it in chat. There it is. I just found it and installed it. Yeah, welcome on back, folks. And yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy for it. it's all good to me. Okay, let me turn those. Got to turn the captions back on. There we go. Okay, let's jump into this leak code. Generate parentheses. Let me think of a good thought. Yeah, let's go a little more. There we go, 15 minutes should be enough to get this one down. See if I can pull it all from memory, basically. So I'm given a number. Yes, I will be implementing it the same recursive way I'm thinking of. So this is basically how many pairs we need to generate, essentially. Right. And this is going to be, so it's going to be a count of how many lefts. So basically, generated equals an empty string, lefts equals 0, rights equals 0. So these are basically how we're going to build off the recursion. We'll be calling ourselves with whatever we generate, more lefts and more rights. Although this needs to be a function that returns this, so this will be, I'll make this up, parenthesis generator. Because I will be writing this as a recursive, and I'll be using yield. So where's the star go? I think the star goes there. So this will basically be calling parenthesis generator and just listifying it. That's all this is going to be doing. So return array dot from parenthesis generator, passing in n, and the generator does the magic. Okay, so essentially it's going to be two calls. Well, it's going to be three. We're going to have the base case, we're going to have add an opening, we're going to have add a closing. So the base case is, or the base case, is if we have as many rights as we do lefts, because there can never be more lefts than rights, but there can be more lefts than rights. There can never be more rights than lefts, closings and openings. So yeah, we'll call this better. Opens and closes. Better names for that. So if n triple equals closes, as in we've added as many as we can, because we have to consume them all. We can't be like, oh, here's 1, and then here's 2, and then here's 3. No, we got to use them all. So if that's like that, then we're going to, what's the JavaScript way of doing it? We have to yield, but then we want to return. I'm not sure. Or maybe I don't know, because we want to also stop. Then we do the logic of saying, okay, if we have more opens than closes, then we yield asterisk. This is like yield from in Python, from calling ourself. I think that's it. I don't know, this seems wrong. Did I go to university? I went to 1 semester of university, so didn't really get any of the experience from there. I was self-taught before then. Closing parenthesis. Not started. Opens and then closes plus 1 because I'm adding a close. Else yield from same call but inverted, right? So generate plus opens, but opens plus 1 instead of closes plus 1. And now we're going to see how I don't remember how to write a JavaScript generator. We got 1. Hey, we made it to 1. That's a lot more than I was expecting. So it's yielding the first, right? JS yield from generator. Yield. So it is yield star. Delegate to another. Oh, it's yields. I don't think JavaScript really cares about where the star or the asterisk goes, but it's okay. Okay, input 3, output only the 1. So this is the only one that's ever getting yielded to, and triple equaling closes. Interesting. Oh wait, I'm putting this in an else. Maybe I don't want to put this in an else. Maybe I want to do this. So if opens, we have more opens than closes, then we want to add a close. But if we have less than the n, so if we have, if closes or opens is less than n, less than how many we need, because we need more, then add an open. Okay, that's right. Does the mail order matter? Hey, Leah, thanks for coming on by. For those who don't know, probably already all do, Leah's a pretty cool streamer too. Also on 100 devs doing, oh no, the bot. What have you done? Okay, the bot made it. Yeah, they learn to react and all that kinds of fun stuff. We over here doing a leak code King suggested about generating parentheses. I'm trying to remember how this works, but I think I got it. It's a recursive one with a generator. Ooh. Technically, I'm pulling this one from memory because apparently I already did it in Python, but I haven't looked at that solution yet. What if the order matters? Hey, I got it. I think I saw this one, skipped it. Yeah, it ain't an easy one. Fortunately, I have a little bit of space repetition to pick up on. Let's see what the Python solution was now. Oh, wow. Yeah, this was very much space repetition practice here. I basically just translated my Python in my brain to JavaScript. That was a good one. But the logic here was essentially we keep track of what we've generated, how many opens and closes we have. If we have as many closes as we need pairs, then we're done. Then we say if we have more opens than closes, then we add a closing, or we attempt to add a closing. We also say if we have more opens, we have less opens, then so basically we can add more opening parentheses. We go ahead and try add an opening parenthesis, which is why we can see by the order here, we do open, close, open, close, open, close, because we always have more opens than closes as soon as we open one, so we instantly try to close. Now maybe if I swap it around, I'll get the same order as they have. Oh, that's beautiful. So now we first try to add opens. So we add as many opens as n, then we start adding closes as necessary. So we add 3, and then 3, then 2, then 2, and then 1, and then, yeah. I wish I would have submitted this one now, because now it actually matches, but all good. Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, probably show this if you're still here. This is what we did today, for the most part. We added this OpenAPI definition, and we imported some dashboard that allows us to look through our API, like super user-friendly and all. People can just try it out, fill in boxes, click things, and it just automatically runs the API for them, spits out the URL, does all the cool stuff auto-magically. And more importantly for some folks, you can directly import these into Postman. So, woohoo! OpenAPI specification. I do want to pass validation errors to the user though, so let's try that. Let's try and figure that out. npm run dev, and then we'll move on to a different project, or at least we'll take a break from this one. I click. There we go. So what is this? Well, we want to try the dead one, the one that didn't work first. Okay, so this one very much doesn't work. Let's minify it to exactly what doesn't work. Variable eat self under what tarnation is this? Animagic season 4. Okay, that's a weird thing to put in a show. Yeah, for sure, Leah. That's kind of the approach I went. I made the super basic API where you can just EJS shoved it together. And then I was like, because I know we all have that experience of working with an API and being like, how does this work? I have no idea. So I was like, I don't want that to be this one. So Swagger UI and then this automatically generated JSON for like Postman imports and stuff. That was the motivation behind it mainly. But yeah, making a front end site. Yeah, I didn't make a fully fleshed out one. Basically, just one to make it usable. But yeah, that would be the full experience, building the API and then the full front end to use it. Yeah, sounds like the plan. Just gotta figure out why mine ain't telling what goes bad. So what if I like do too many R's, right? I get bad request. That ain't what I want. Express open API. Validate. I already have that. I don't want to run through that. I just want to know why you aren't making pretty errors. So Express does have a global, what do you call it? What you can call it? app.use, what is it? 4 parameters. Yeah, Leah, for sure. If your app doesn't lend itself to CRUD functionality, you're kind of forcing it, which is what I will be doing to mine. Like mine's not really CRUD related. It's more of a reader at this point, and the read and the update delete CRUD. So the creation, updating, and the deletion are all kind of done once. Technically, there is no updating and deleting, so it's really a create and read thing. And the creating half of it isn't even on the API. So I will, it's like kind of tack it on some creating, updating, and deleting just so I can call it a full CRUD app. But yeah, like your character info thing, it doesn't really lend itself to the data, unfortunately. But yeah, we can make it fit so we can match the CRUD definition for sure. So I'm trying to think of what the express error handler is. Express error handler. How we do it. Tell me how to do it. Tell me how to do it. There it is. Error request response next. Okay. So now that I have this, I can console log and be like, what in tarnation is going on here? And I hope and I pray that this is going to happen. Exactly, Leah. I mean, that's what mine is. It's just for reading, and it's like the only person creating things is me, and that happens once per TV show. Yeah, like the way I'm gonna do it, and maybe you can like do it this way too, just to have something, is basically like have a basic, super bland admin routes where it's literally to the textbook definition. You're gonna have a way to add quotes, update quotes, and delete quotes. Just bare minimum to meet the definition, you know? Mainly usable for me when I'm too lazy to open up this script, I guess. I don't know. Basically like the Mongo interface, or like what Mayan Wolf made, but built into this, I suppose. Just to meet the definition. It's not working. Oh well, this ain't on localhost. Of course it ain't. Yeah, Lee. I mean, it's on my to-do list. Let me read it. Admin access. So mine's gonna have 2 creation, I guess. Update captions, delete captions. and then the ability to create new, I don't know what that is, but create new individual captions. And I guess mine's gonna have to like ability to upload, like just basic drag and drop upload the files, because right now my script works on these things. So I guess a way to upload or paste this in is gonna be what I do to meet the CRUD definition. I figure that's what maybe a number of people, because if the data don't lend itself to that way, then you can't CRUD. So that's the way I'm gonna do it. Just have something on the books. Do we have an error? Yes, we have an error. It's working. Why ain't it working though? So there is an error. Load. Oh, I didn't do that. What? What? What incarnation? RS? I didn't do that. So that's cool. I'm seeing something here. This ain't what I want though. Okay, so I guess this is what I want. Console error. Can I just be like, have some JSON? Term. Well, what is this? Console log. I don't know what this is. Is this literally an object, or like I don't know what made this, but I guess I'll just be like response.send error. I have an error. Okay, that's cool. That's working. It's literally an object. Okay, well I want to have like, because there are other errors that can like happen or whatever. Let's make an EJS error, just real quick. Here it is. Time stamp. That's gonna do some stuff. I need a better error. Blah blah blah. There we go. That should be a big enough error. That's on the API endpoint. I need a different. I need to cause an error, but how do I do so? I don't know. So this is search. Do something real dumb, just like return A plus B. Variables don't exist. Should give me a lovely error. Boom. Okay, I have to have a query. Okay, so it blew up, and we got reference error A is not defined. Okay, so wait, what? Oh, okay, I got it. They're both objects, obviously, I suppose. Okay, I just gotta figure what this thing is then. So we're going debugging. So I'm stopping this, and we need to debug my server. This console log just ain't sufficing. Boom, we're logged in. I come here. We're gonna get a real error. We're gonna turn off word wrap. Where's my code? There we go. So we have an error that is a reference error, which is a instance of error. Okay, very cool. Very happy about this. Let's go to a different error. Show info. Is that it? Oh, what? I don't remember anything. No. Show hyphen info. There we go. So now if I'm here, put a breakpoint here, and I refresh. What is this thing? It's literally just an object. Okay, so this is it. If we have an error that is an instance of error, yeehaw, it do all the things. Otherwise, we're gonna send back the error with a status code. So we make that status error status. I'm figuring this out. Dot send error dot errors. Right. Okay, I got it. And this is gonna be if it's not instance of an error. So if, how do we do instance of? Oh, there we go. Return next There we go. So if you messed up, just pass it forward to the next thing. Otherwise, handle it. Status and error. Okay, I think this is what I want now. Let's bring NodeMan back up. So I have 2 errors. I got a real one. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Then I got one, where is it? That I purposely broke. Lovely. Absolutely love. Yeah, this is perfectly fine showing all this stuff off. Okay, this is perfect. Make sure we're getting a bad status code for this. 500. Ooh, chef's kiss. It is. That was not too bad. That was not as difficult as I was expecting. Just had to get into it. Okay, add a colon to this. And what is this? Pass validation errors to user. Sure, it's a good enough name for me. Okay, lovely. We don't really need to push that one just yet. Okay, let's check out our to-do list. See what things we got available. So yeah, boom, check mark there. Let's see, so this is changing the structure of the database, which I don't need to do. Testing and other stuff. Okay, so this project, project still got more stuff to do, but, and this is a little but, I had another thing I wanted to also do, and that was work with MindWolf's database builder. Because while it's pretty awesome, I was thinking, hey, there's a way we can make this even better. And that's using something called, or a module, hopefully, we're going to find out right now, of a JSON editor that hopefully is going to be simple plug and play. So for all I need to fork this, I don't need to clone it. A good enough name for me. Fork to me. There we go, and now I can clone this. Clone the thing. Because while I was going on, I was like, huh, this could be, with like a little bit extra, made super dynamic. Don't know what this tab is open for, but that can go away. And what I'm thinking of was this here thing I found, a web-based JSON editor, which is essentially what they already are. So I was thinking, if we just take this and staple it on top of what they've already built, you can modify any old database without having to update the front end like at all. So if I have, first I'm just going to show it on the page. We'll figure out how to use this thing. Ooh, npm. Yeah, here we go. Link href. Can we use a CDN? There we go. CDN.js. Great. How do we use? I love to use a CDN. This package management is crazy. Huh. That one's got all the stars, so I guess that one's it. That's a lot of files. I'll take that one. And then I guess I'll take, I would like, well, I don't want the minimalist, so I got the min of JSON editor. I guess I need some CSS. There's an image here. What's that do? What do the image do? Oh, and icons. I guess I need those. That's literally just a link. Okay, I guess they handle that for me. Okay, yeah, I think this is what I need. I guess we have to follow the instructions now, see how we do this. Create a div, we do some styles, write some JavaScript. Yeah, let's do that at the bottom of the file. YOLO. And where we got to start this, so server, I need a DB string. I can do that. Let's see, npm run, well I got npm install first. So do we have any scripts? We do have a start and a dev, loving it. Npm run dev, no database connection, as expected. .env, do we have the .env module? We do. Probably help if I name things correctly. env. And now the key is db string equals. Now I gotta drag this off and find my other information, which yeah, probably VS Code open recent. There it is, Heroku API. Yeah, I drag both of these off. Oh, too much drag off. Bring that one back. There we go. It's window management of the game. So if I look at this env file, copy that one to the other one. Nope, not that one. Oh, I think I just closed this one for some reason. I did. Whoops. Oh, lovely. Okay, I have copied over my database connection information. And now we should be able to start this thing again. npm run dev, hopefully. Hey, 8,000 connected to that database. Yeah, I guess this will create a database. Localhost 8,000. It's gonna be very bland because there ain't no thing here. Ooh, and there is the JSON editor. Fancy. So we'll do that after we make sure the database is working. Look at that alien. So they're in so much shock right now. Okay, so we have that working. The original app is working. Let's figure out how this thing works. And what's this? Okay, so this is a cool search thingy. So we have sorting, which is cool, I guess. I was under the impression that we could add new fields. Oh, that's a multi-line string. I love me a multi-line string. Expand all, collapse all, sort contents, undo. Very cool. Checkbox, duplicate, remove. Oh, is that how you're meant to do with this? So you're supposed to transform. Ooh, a JMess path. Fancy. Don't know what that means. Type. Oh, okay, so this is our basic structure where you can. Okay, so we do have the power here. Make an object. How do I make another key on this now? Oh, append, insert, duplicate. Okay, so it looks like everything is here. So append an array. So if we change this from being an array to an object, how do we add a new key? I want to add a new key. Insert. Okay, so it's the insert key value. Okay, yeah, I'm getting the hang of this. I think this is working as expected. Okay, now the plan is to replace all these forms with this editor and have the ability to submit, update, and delete on the same form. So that's the plan. Let's look at the existing. Okay, so I have editor. So this is what basically I do. I editor.get for updated JSON. Updated JSON. Oh, and that spits it back out. Very cool. Okay, yeah, so let's work on, take one at a time, basically. So we have a form, and this is good. This ain't an actual input though, ain't is it? No, it's just divs on a thing. That's fine. So let's put this. I guess we'll do this here. I don't know if we need the width and height. Let's be responsive. Ooh. So we drop that. We want to keep these buttons around, which will be. Yeah, unfortunately we can't use the form anymore. We can use a field set though to give us cool looking stuff. Update API or update database. Manage database. So we have create, and we have to give all these a type of button because we're doing all of it ourselves. Update button's a great name. We will call it create button. Update button. Now this one's interesting in that it's going to have two different ones. So update's going to be a little different, and then delete is going to be even differenter. So I went with these three. I think I would rather have a radio that you select and then a button that actually does the action. So make change and then field set. Then it will be a change type because for the updating we're going to need two JSON editors here. So it's going to be input. Well, first we're going to get a legend. Change type. Well, then we have a label. Label's gonna be create. I guess we'll make this a grid too. Input type radio. We'll make this one selected by default. So checked name equals. Yeah, we need to give it a name so they all know to be related. So the name of this one is change type. We'll make that camel. And when we do that 2 more times. Create. Update. Actually, we'll go ahead and add read in here too. Should be able to add read in here. Yeah, well also these all need a value too, don't they? Yeah, they do. These need values. I don't want to do that. I guess I'll do it here at the end. That's where my consistency ends. Value equals, ooh, and I can do some multi-cursor magic. And then I say lowercase. Boom! So create, read, update, delete. 11. This. Okay, so manage database, good. This is good. Let's just refresh this to get the UI. Okay, so I gotta update that CSS magic there. Because also I'm not doing columns anymore. Okay, so this will be my result. Yeah, that'll be cool. So I'll put that in the second column. Yeah, so I am using that column, I suppose. Oh, and that one's a bulk insert. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of follow suit and not implement it. Make change, and we'll call this. Well, we don't want the script in the column. That's a little weird. I didn't mean to put that there. I mean, technically, it's gonna go in the file. So this is H1 results. Well, this is H1, not H2. And then div. I guess I'll just put a div here. Because I don't actually know what's going to go in here. It's going to be whatever the API spits back, I suppose. Okay, so update is the only one that gives you the double JSON editor. So it should be update JSON editor. No, this will be, because in the database, when we ask it to do stuff, what is this called? Well, let's literally use the update, right? So we have post and we have put. So DB collection. Oh no, VS Code don't know what's going on. Figure it out, VS Code. So DB is client DB, which is, figure it out. DB, okay, can you please figure it out for me, VS Code? There it is, it's a MongoDB. You got it? Okay, I think it's got it now. When we use put, where is it? There we go. Collection, find one and update. What do they call these? They call filter and update. So this will be a filter editor and a data editor. There we go, and let's just have this doing it to both, because too lazy to not. So we're going to drop this initial JSON to basically be empty, right? So it'll be fine empty, right? Ooh, nothing's in there. Oh, it's pointing at the wrong thing. So this will be data. EDITOI. Do I use XDG to switch environment? That is a great question. I don't think I do. That's a Linuxy thing. Yeah, I'm not using while I do have Windows installed, I just manually reboot to it, so I'm dual booting to get to Windows. I'm usually always on Linux though, especially for coding and stuff. I'm always on Linux. I'm alt tabbing if you mean switching Windows. The alt and tab key bind. This is Pop OS and Ubuntu environment. It's my environment, I think, is GNOME at the moment, or GNOME, however you like to say it. So yeah, no fancy environment stuff here, just the basics. Right, so let's jump into the main.js. Oh, cannot find main.js. Okay, so because it's on this file over here, there we go. Here's all our lovely buttons, which we do need to work with. For now, we will initialize our editors. Options. Does JSON editor have options? What options would I like to use? Documentation. I guess this is where I want to go. Options. There we go. Configuration options. All errors. So what are the default options? Yeah, I would like this thing to be like super verbose. Provide a custom instance of AJV, the thing used for validation. And we're not actually using schema though. Okay, yeah, so I guess I don't really gotta worry about that. Lovely. Don't have to worry about any options. So I pass no options. Lovely. Okay, so this is my editor container. So what is this? This is... There we go. I can pass that directly. I do not need a reference to that at all. Single quote that, because I'm weird. And so we need two of them. One for the... Probably should give some labels to this too. Let's do another field set because I'm addicted to those. Legend filter, and then another one for data. Data. There we go. And that should look. They're not created, so it looks like nothing right now, but it will look good. So data editor, and filters technically above it, so let's put it above it. And the filter editor. I think we can just, no, I'm not using this, so I don't even think we need to set initial JSON, maybe we do. Cannot read undefined regarding collection. Well, I messed that up. cannot read undefined regarding collection. So what did I do? Oh, I refreshed too quickly. There we go. Loving this. This search box is weird though. I would love if that disappeared. But that exists now. I'll figure it out later. Okay, so we have this looking good. On our front end, we have create, read, update, delete. These should work as expected. I will need to style them. That's okay. Class equals change types. Let's style that now while we're here. Here we go. Change types. This is going to be a grid of 2 columns. So it'll be grid template columns, 1 FR, 1 FR, 2 fractional units. Bada boom, bada bing. That's good enough for me. Hey Jim, thanks for coming on. Well, thanks for coming on back. My thoughts, comments, and observations of using Heroku. I mean, I don't really have any complaints. It's pretty good for the free service. Pretty good for the paid service too. If you want the want to do more resources. Keeps you just working with the code, no configurations and stuff. If you need flat file stuff, obviously Heroku alone isn't for you. Gotta use a database or some kind of storage. But yeah, no, I ain't got really no complaints here. If you're looking for alternatives, Railway is a Heroku alternative that's recently popped up. I think it's called Railway. What was it called? Railway.app? Oh. It's not even hitting on Google. Maybe it's not that new. Or maybe it's not that popular. But Railway is an alternative that essentially does Heroku, but a little, I don't know, it's basically a Heroku competitor. So if Heroku ain't your style, but you want basically what they do, Railway is the same-ish. Good free tier, mostly equivalent. They do things a little different, but Railway's there. Otherwise, GCP, Google Cloud, Azure, AWS, willing to drop a credit card just to authenticate. Their free tiers are mostly equivalent, in my experience, to get you a essentially just to get you a VPS. So you're not running your code that on a Docker. Basically, you're running your code on an actual server, so you can do flat file stuff. Otherwise, yeah, I got no complaints here. Maybe I haven't used it enough to run into things to complain about, but it's good for me. So I need a query selector this button. This is the only button I got. I literally have one button. It's amazing. Now the change is going to be based on what I'm actually doing. Let's see what we have here. I'll just use this one. This one seems easy enough. Make change. Why, Jim, do you have any thoughts, comments, or observations on Heroku? Or is it giving you any trouble? Let's see. We want to get... So here's one thing. We also want to make things when this value changes. So how am I going to query select just when radio value changes? 'Cause I want to know when the radio value changes from all of them. Do I have to add an event listener to all of them? Oh, maybe I can add it on the parent. Oh, this is a loop. I don't want to do a loop. Okay, let's see. So I'm just console logging. So at this point, document query selector, not update entity, query selector. I want to select change types. I think add event listener change. I'm just gonna console log because I think field sets are technically input elements, so they will be propagated the change event. Otherwise, I'm just delegating my way to it. Somewhere around here is a console. Oh, lovely. Now when I click it, boom, it changes. And from that, I can get the new value. Right? return value. Oh, so I can go, what is this? Current target or target? Probably target. Yeah, Jim, a lot of the big ones, like the big enterprise, Google, Azure, IBM, all kind of need a Heroku, or not need a Heroku. They need a credit card just to verify like you're a real person. If you can stay under the free tier, there are the horror stories that I've heard of, like, oh, I hit one setting, I woke up the next day, and all those charges. But I've been fortunate enough to not have those situations happen. But yeah, Heroku, I think even a railway might not need your credit card too. They should need you to like sign in with GitHub or something. And yeah, I mean, Heroku is pretty good. 100 devs full stack API. Yeah, I mean, Heroku is a pretty good platform to do it on, especially if you're doing it in 100 devs. You got everyone else also doing it, so super easy to ask for help and stuff. And if there's been a problem, you need probably just search for it to see the solution, because someone else has probably already ran into it before you. Okay, so we got this query selector thing. It's working. E dot current target. I want to console log current target because it's gonna give me like parent. So I want target value. Right, this is what I want to console. We'll find out. I would love to hear about other Heroku alternatives though, if you don't happen to know any. I always love alternatives. Yeah, create, read, update, and delete. Loving it. Just get value of radio. This is kind of what I want, just to get the value of it. Single value, but query selector. Well, that's jQuery there, right there. No, wait, this isn't jQuery. Oh, look at that! Look how cool this is. This is cool. Oh hey, Izzy. So 100 devs. It is kind of like a boot camp. It's it's here on Twitch. That's why you hear it around Twitch. It's essentially an agency with a free training program, which is the boot camp part you've been hearing about. That goes you from zero, basically you touch the computer, to full stack web developer in 30 weeks. In 30 weeks. That's right. And they also go through actually remembering and committing all this stuff and getting jobs in software engineer, front end, back end, all that cool stuff. It's a whole thing too, and you don't really like have to join. You can just join the Discord and hang out too, ask questions, find answers. It's a pretty great community. Yeah. I know, Jim. Love of learning. Gotta get all the resources possible, and 100 devs is another great resource in my opinion. Okay, so if we just run this instead, this code I just yoinked off the internet. So name equals change, because I don't remember. Change type. Boom, look at that. Ain't that pretty? So I will need to do some dynamic stuff here though. So if e.target.value equals so essentially I want to toggle the visibility of this thing when it is and isn't. Oh, so this is what I want. Sorry, those were like 5 incomplete thoughts in a row there. I'm getting there, folks. So I want to toggle the visibility of this when the current selected thing is changed. So we'll see that when I actually get this. So I'm going to say hidden, but it's only hidden when the current value is not equal to change. Right. Yeah, Jim. 4 hours. We're going there. It's going to be a good Saturday. Basically, halfway there. Exactly. There we go. So we'll see. Well, so we're toggling the style. Probably don't have any CSS to make things poof away. We don't. Display none. Okay, so let's refresh. And if we click create, well, that's awkward. The field set still exists. But when we click update, it's we're getting there, folks. We're getting there. We're figuring out why that ain't working. So back to main.js. e.target.value not equal change must always be true, because it's not called change, it's called update. It would help if I named things correctly and not too fast on the refresh. There you go. So read, update. There you go. When you get an update, you get a second filter object. No, this is for finding the thing you want to update, and then data for actually doing the update. So very, very cool. Now I do need to hide the parent though. So it is stop parent element. Let's see if that's the trick. And I refresh too fast. Boom. There we go. So when you're updating, you get both. Otherwise, you get just the one. Now I see NodeMon going crazy. I don't want it to go crazy anymore. So I do want the npm run dev, but I only want it to update server.js. So how do I tell it to only care about server? And you got one file to look at and one file only. So watching extensions, watching path server.js. There we go. So when I update index.ejs, it will not restart. Perfect. But when I update server.js, it will restart. Perfect. Okay. So that was annoying me because every time I refresh, I gotta wait for the database. Now I do not. Okay, this is good. Now we need to update our front end to send the stuff to the back end. So we get this thing for hiding and all that very cool stuff. I got this code to get my value. So this is going to be a const change type equals bada boom. Ah, yeah, and this is going to vary my method too. So const method. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, deletes can have things. I was be like, wait a minute, I forgot how deletes work. So change type. Probably use a mapping here, can I? Because I have 4. Those 4 being right here. Copy. Now let's make a mapping. Change type to method equals change type. Yeah, I guess I'm making an arrow function. No, I'll make the object const type to, what do you call this? Method equals boom. So 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all keys on our lovely object. So colon get or whatever. And then if I add closing curly and opening curly, auto format. I don't want to do all that much auto formatting. So create is post, read is get, update is put, and delete is delete. Lovely. So I got that. Change type to method. Change type. Lovely. So now I make a fetch to. Aha, the endpoint is a little different though. Okay, so I will be modifying the endpoint. Yeah, so I guess it's going to be all 4. So this is going to be make change. That's a good enough name for me, you know? Or interactive database, query database. What am I calling this? Yeah, this is actually a good point. Because in my UI, I also called it make change. Interaction. Interact. Okay, we're getting very abstract here, folks. It's okay. And we'll leave all this as change type because I'm too lazy to update that code. Interact. Great name. method is there. We are still JSON, thankfully. This is where things get happening. So we get data, and this is, as we see, data editor dot get. Well, just get what that's doing about. And then optionally, so I'll put this in a variable called payload. We'll say const payload equals this. There we go. Hey, Mew84. How long have I been in my stream? Well, today, the stream has been lasting about, 4 hours. It's about 4 hours and 14 minutes for today's stream. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Tito Jarvis. Hey, it's a good name, Jarvis. Redeem global search and replace due to delete. Yeah, Jim, that's some. You know what? I will, partially. I will do that. I can say delete on everything that I can. Delete. There we go. Just confuse the heck out of people, you know? So boom, we got as much as we can going delete. Can't make the method delete, unfortunately, but the rest of it is. But yeah, it's been about 4 hours today. Mew84. By the way, I hope you and Jarvis's day been going well so far. Let's see. If change type equals update, then we're going to pass on the filter, right? Payload filter equals filter editor dot get. Hey, thanks for the hide there, Jim. Appreciate it. So yeah, we're on a little fetch here. It's gonna call the thing, JSON the payload, re-render the page, but then we won't upload. We will, we'll console log it, and then we will write it to the response. Change type equals change type to method dot update, or else your enumerable is useless. Hey, thanks for the advice there, Polkados. Pedonculo jonculo. I will try to get that right. Let me see how I got that right. Change type triple equals change type to method dot update. Maybe I have written this wrong. My enum is useless. I mean, it's basically, it is kind of an enum, an enumerable, but it's really just converting these to these. Yeah, let me actually console log to see what we're dealing with here. Cause yeah, I haven't ran this code yet, so I don't really see it. Line 32. Oh, change type. Yeah, good point. Cause this is the key of it, right? Yeah, so yeah, I'll use a method. Good point. So it's change type dot update. Yeah, so it'll be method equals change type to method dot update. Good point out there. Good point. I didn't realize it. It was like, wait a minute, I was looking at the wrong line. That's what got me there. But yeah, now the enumerable is actually doing its job. Send me hard coding strings around. Good point there. Would not have thought of that for sure. Lovely. I'm gonna show this on one line too over here. Yeah, I hope your day has been going well there. John Quill. Let's see how I want to do this. I think I will update my front end to have, make this like one of those pre-code things. So I'll have the cool formatting, or the browser-based formatting. Yeah, it was a good catch for sure. Very wet code I was writing there. We dried out real quick. Query selector of result text content equals JSON stringify the data, no replacement, 2 spaces. Lovely. Yeah, for sure, John Quelger, for sure. Completely swooped by me there. But yeah. Yeah, if you're wondering, so I'm taking the this. Well, it's kind of, but can't see it now. Where is it? So there's this old database builder. Not old, a week ago. A database builder built by our very own Mayan Wolf. They built this their last stream. Well, I guess 2 streams ago now. And I was like, hey, you know what? This could use like a JSON editor, so it was dynamic and not hard coded. So that's what I'm doing here. There's a little bit of dynamic power, and hopefully, I mean, with that one, that makes that much drier. So basically, the front end is meh done. I now need to update the back end to handle all these changes. So we have this one here. So we need 4 methods on interact. So app.get for interact, req res to maintain. Actually, what is the standard? Yeah, req res it looks like. Now we have interact. This is for the get. So we're going to be getting whatever the req data is. Wow, that's awkward. It's not actually data. It's a filter when we're reading. Oh, that's okay. I will name things wrong and I'll fix them later. So this would be db.collection. I'll also make this query dynamic. So we're finding, and what we are finding? We're finding req.body should be the whole query .to array, then data, then we'll response .send the data. That should be right. Now I got an import just now. Oops a daisy. Let's fix that because I named it response and not res. That would do, and let's do a catch to handle our error, which we are doing by console erroring. Okay, I think that is what we want now. And we'll find out. Oh, I don't have any alien info though. This is the awkward part. So yeah, so the DB name is here. So I'm gonna have to manually change this. Wait, what database name was I using otherwise? That's a great question. Because I know I don't have anything in this. Ah, never mind. I can continue. I just need to create my create endpoint next. Then this endpoint will start working. So let's make a post to the thing. This will be insert 1 of whatever the thing was. Then data, yeah, we'll send it back. Okay, so post should now be working. Let's drop post APIs, which we're not doing that. Update entry, I guess I'll need to eventually write that, but not yet. Not yet at all. Okay, so the create should be working. Now if we give this an object, what do I give keys? Key value. Okay, that was a lot of CSS angry. But I click the button and it don't work because I forgot something important. An event listener probably. Let's console look at this button. I see 0 events on it. That would help, wouldn't it, folks? So we have make change. There's my button. Save that. Refresh. Okay, that should also default this some stuff. That's okay. Append key value interact. Let's look at the logs. That log might not be useful. Let's look at the network tab. No. Okay, back to the inspector. Interesting. Click should event make change. So let's do a hard refresh. Maybe I have another button somewhere on the page. Yeah, let's see what this button actually resolves to. Because I think it's going on the wrong thing. It is! Hey, I need to give this button, what is this? Type equals submit. Something real easy to can just chuck on there. Even though it's not really a submit button. Semantics be darned. There we go. So now it's the submit button. We click create, we click interact. It actually happened. Awesome. Can't parse stuff because we have an empty object. Probably why it's angry. Key value. Yeah, button name or ID, that would do it too. Yeah, we'll give it an ID. That's probably the better way. An ID of submit or interact button. That's a better idea there, Jim. There we go. The interact button. Let's see what the server's angry about. Okay, insert 1 to array is not a function. Of course it's not, because to array is for finding, not that. Which means it might actually be in the database. So if I say read and I give it nothing, window fetch head or get request cannot have a body. A get request cannot have a body. Well, what do you know? Okay, I guess I'm shoving it in the URL. That's a fun fact I forgot about. Huh. That's okay. Not the end of the world. Get request can't have a body. Nice to know. So const options equals this. And then we're going to pass it options. So essentially we need to do another conditional if method triple equals, and thanks to that correction from John Quayle, I know to use my enum correctly. So if it equals read, then, well, if it's not read actually, then options.body equals my clipboard. Else, if else, I could have gone the other way. I need to add it to the URL. So this is another variable, let URL equals new URL. So it's going to be interact. Yeah, I see. We do have 2 clicks on this UI there, Jim. So the thing about it is, specifically, it's the create one that's weird. Well, it's the update one, because when you go to update, you technically need 2 fields. So yeah, maybe I should make it buttons, and then the create will just be a double click. So you'll do 1 click on the create to update the UI, and the other click on the create to actually do the create. Yeah, that's a good point out there, Jim. I think I will do that after I get this part fixed. So yeah, somewhere down here. Place radio of buttons. Yeah, that is what I wanted in the beginning there, Jim. I just had to pivot based on the create button, because create needs 2 things. But now that I've gotten this far and you're suggesting it like that, with the 3 suggestion, I'm thinking, yeah, the create will just be a double click. Yeah, it is a good suggestion there, Jim. So it'll be URL dot search params set data. This will be, I think I have to JSON stringify this still. Yeah, still got a JSON stringify. So either way, URL gets set. So this is the URL modification. This one's also a modification for the options. So you both are happy together. Good. Okay, now I update my get handler to no longer get it from body, but from query.data. Now that should make get working. If I click on read, click interact, Interaction is not valid URL because I forgot half of it. No. So I need to give it a base of window.location. Let's figure out which location property it is. I don't want the full one. I want... Let's go somewhere else, so I can see which one I want. Origin. That's a good place. There we go. URL constructor should now be happy. Now when we click read, also got to update that UAdd initial. Ooh, JSON parse error. Let's see why that one's angry. Insert, scroll. Okay, this is the console log somewhere on the server. One of these console logs. Not the update, not the delete. Connected. So this is the /. I don't care about that one. I mean, I actually need to get rid of it. It's in my way. So it's actually, I think I have to JSON parse this, that's why. Yeah, we're not doing any error handling, by the way. If you write bad stuff, it's not going to work for you. Here we go. Interact on the read. Ooh, okay. Cannot read properties of not that one. So here's what's happening. I'm getting the error, but it's being captured and all. So it's either, yeah, it's kind of hard to tell which one's throwing it. Is it the network response? Don't use console log, but console trace. Console trace, huh? I do not use that one too often. Console trace. Let's try console trace. Okay, I'm blind. Let me rerun it with a log to see. There's differences. I'm just not. Okay, so with console log we get the one line, but with console trace we get a few more lines on here. That's cool, huh? I'm assuming there's also some kind of message I'm supposed to give to this. Message, so prints to error the string trace followed by util format and stack. Oh, stack trace of current position in the code. Oh, that's nice. It's wow, that's pretty nice. Huh. Surprised I didn't know about that. That's another. You in here with all the fire suggestions there. Appreciate that. That is definitely one I'll be using. Wonder how that looks. I mean, I'm on all my stuff's front end at the moment. Let's find something on the back end to write. Over here. No, I need to be on the back end to write stuff on the back end. Here we go. Let's do a console trace over here. Trace of sup. Hey, that's pretty nice. Especially when you're not, yeah, this is very useful for Node.js and stuff, where without this, it'd just be a console log sup, and I really wouldn't know which line it was. So this is super useful for, non-browser based code, backend code. Yeah, that's a good one. Console log, no longer friends. Console trace is my new best friend. Yeah, especially I can imagine when I get to more files, it'll be more useful. Yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, these console errors, I mean, I do want them to be errors, but also, wait, trace. Yeah, because trace also goes to standard error. Lovely. Oh, I'm loving that. Okay, this is good. Yeah, that's definitely a good tip there. All this power in my hands, I still need to figure out what is going wrong. So it's response.json that's doing the bad, I assume. So I go to my network request, I check the response. Oh, at 404s. No wonder. It's because it's called interaction. And I called it interact. Boom. If I do that, refresh this, then I click interact. Ooh, a 200. I love me a 200. There's nothing in it. but that's okay. Maybe there's nothing in the database. This is where I guess no, there is stuff in the database. There is key value. So I might have to actually look at the real database now to see what is up. Oh wait, what is this response? Oh, it is. Okay, it's showing me stuff in the database. I'm getting there, folks. I'm just slowly making my way. Okay, yeah, there is stuff. It's in the response. Now, it's not being displayed over here in the DOM because code ID results. Query selector result S, plural. That would do it. I love not working in TypeScript. It makes my life so much fun. Hey, there we go. We got the results spat out right here. So this ain't my create is obviously doing a little something funky there. That's okay. We will look at our create or our post rec body dot data. There we go. A little better. Now create should just be happy. New key. We got real fancy. 1, 2, 3. Acknowledged, inserted. Loving that, loving that. Then if I read again with, let's actually read the new key. We get nothing. That's okay. We'll figure this out. We get the one thing with nothing. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, this is the way a MongoDB is processing my query. Because I'm asking for nothing, it's giving me nothing. Okay, so if not object.keys, so const filter, basically this. So basically, if it's empty, so yeah, we're just going to use let now. Change the filter to what? Undefined. Because when I give it nothing, I want it to give me nothing. Yeah, it basically is like Postman, right? But it's just for the MongoDB. I mean, I know there are things like Mongo Compass and stuff like that, but it's like mindless reasoning behind this. It's a little less of a thing to just jump into. Yeah, it's good practice too. Good practice can never hurt. Nah. Okay, test. Let's see where that internet be doing. Yeah, let's get stream and ads. So I gotta think Twitch project. I mean, that is the thing. If you're talking about today's code, it is right here. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Gonna see how my internet is hanging at the moment. Ooh, yeah. 3 unstable events. Come on, Spectrum. Come on, Spectrum. Oh, drag it to the right. Oof, those are some tough. They don't look too good. Oof, I'm still in it too. Yikes. It looks like it's stabilized, thankfully, though. We will be going to be taking a break, just in case, though. Downgrade. I mean, it wasn't your side, as you can see. I had what is this? 634. Yeah, it looks like a 2 minute period of zero bandwidth. Yeah, but yeah, I do. It is break time anyway, as the timer indicates. It has been 64 minutes since our break, so we will be taking a break either way. Appreciate the call out though. I would have completely ran right through it. So let us take that break, and when we get back, we will probably finish this little miniature CRUD app. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I will catch you at the end, and hopefully when we're back, the internet's good, and you're all ready, and everyone's ready. feel free to come on back, folks. The break is coming to an end. Manage some tabs here. Turn the captions back on. There we go. Since it has been a fair amount while, even though those last leak codes were tough, we will spin up a Code Wars real quick. Get us back in the groove. That was random number of seconds. Seems good to me. For those who aren't aware, let me check right now. It looks like me checking my list, checking it twice. There we go. Errand is currently streaming right now, so if you want to go check them out, check us both out at the same time, feel free to. They are a Go game developer making a game. It's probably about a bear. That's what it was last time. Honestly, I don't know what they're making. It's a shorter stream this time. Hey, thanks for the lurk there, Jem. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate your suggestions. Catch you either when you come back or next stream. So, this Code Wars we found here, or I found, is essentially you are given a query string, you're given an object, and you're meant to generate a query string. That is a string in which the keys are separated by values with an equal sign, and the pairs are separated with ampersands, and arrays are represented by just the key being repeated multiple times. So I think we can do this. I think we can do this fancy. Object. ECT entries object. Then we are going to call a reduce on this because we want a string. And each one of these is going to have a key and a value. That's for me, not you. Now we want to say return string plus. Well, it's going to be whatever it is, right? So it depends if the value, what kind of values can I have? Because if we go nested, then this is doomed. I think that's maybe like S5 or 4 Caillou for nested, but thankfully we're not nested. So it'll be so array that is array. This is going to be an array of things, right? So it's going to be pairs. There we go. Dot. Pairs combined with the other value. Unfortunately, I do not have the drop game on. There are a lot of things that I want to add to the stream. The drop game, other things, better overlaid chat, but there are only so many hours in the day, and while it is kind of meta to be working on the stream while the stream is going, usually I figure it's not exactly most entertaining content for y'all. So it ain't there yet, but I will get stuff like that on eventually. So we have if the value is an array, then it'll essentially be, well, we'll say if it's not an array, because that's the easier one to write. It'll be key. So let's do some templating magic. Key equals value. And we're just going to string it. We're not going to use encode URI component or any of that fun stuff. So now if it's an array, we got to say values dot. Man, this is getting real ugly. You know, we're going to defunctionalize this. We're going to say let pairs equals an array. Here we go. For const key value of. Yeah, we're defunctionalizing this because readability is going down the tubes. Let's say if not array dot is array. Oh, sorry, I did not realize that, Jonquil. Maybe they did drop for a moment. It could have been. I'm looking at the thing. Says they're okay now. It was like 7 minutes ago there was the drop. Pausing and unpausing usually fixes or will resynchronize you. I mean, I'm looking. It doesn't look like there's been a new drop, thankfully. Maybe it was a short one. Appreciate you mentioning it though. Yeah. Yeah, I always see drop as in the that Twitch drop game. Makes sense though. Yeah. Appreciate it. I mean, let me go look at the inspector. Oh, look like there was a little drop. I mean, I'll try to power through it. Hope if it doesn't resolve, then I mean, this ain't a short stream at all, but I did plan to go a little longer. Hopefully it does resolve though. Brought to you by Spectrum Internet. Pairs push. There it is. Else. Then I'll just do another loop for const val of value. Very amazing variable naming. Pairs dot push key equals val. Let's call this an entity now. So I can name this value. That's what I want to do. There we go. And this should be effectively the same. Return pairs dot join with the ampersand character. Oh, we're about to get a first try. Has semicolon. Because I gotta have them because I'm the weirdo. Oh, we're gonna do something real weird. Put a 4 on an else. Don't that look weird, folks? It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Okay. Boom! First try! Now again, I could do the reduce, which will be a nested reduce, because I have the array of values. But I think this is... I mean, I'm already ruining all the readability rules with this, but I think this is still readable enough to be considered, you know? Like, I could go even further. I could be like, ha! Read that. And I will do that, because I am crazy. I can't make this a const, though. Const I can. There we go. Let's see what the Code Warriors have come up with. Code Warriors. Not too bad. So this is my reduce. They use keys instead of entries. Oh, okay. It's a little bit drier of code because they only have one instance where they're doing their string generation. So if it's not an array, they convert it to an array. Then they let the normal code handle it. I like that. Okay, they do the duplicate string like I do. Ooh, join with template literals. Yikes. That's cool and all, but wow is that. Okay, where's the regex solution? We know it's in here. Where is it? I think this might be one of the few that they could not regex their way through. Ooh, manually, that's an approach. Yeah, it seems all the pattern is the same. That was a good one there, folks. Okay, let's jump back into the project. Wow, 3 minutes to spare, too. That was a good one. Okay, let's see. I really should have left a note for myself of what I was supposed to do next. Oh, no. Reading. So we're supposed to be getting a lot more data back. Maybe I have to actually look in the database. Probably should look in the database. So I don't actually know it's in there. So I don't know if my crate's failing to create stuff, that's why I can't read stuff, or is my read failing to read stuff that has successfully been created. So we will find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. I don't know if there's anything more I can do with JSON editor. So there was a types thing, wasn't there? Yeah, there are these different modes. How do I switch modes? Oh, is this our CSS messing with that? Input, there it is. Drop the input CSS. Oh, I fixed it. Yeah, it makes so much better now. Undo, redo. Okay, so that was good there. Bleeding through CSS. Let's drop that completely off. How do I change modes? Oh, great. Gotta log in. Y'all don't get to watch that. I mean, I should already be logged in. It's just gotta point me to the right account. I have my cookies. Let me in the gate. Let me in. Okay, as we wait for that, let us see how we do modes. API. I guess I gotta look at this. I gotta read. I don't want to read. No, it just doesn't have me log me in. Okay. Again, y'all can think Spectrum Internet. Okay. Container options initial JSON. Awesome. Custom ACE. I don't want on change. I don't care. On expand. I'm not up for the events. On code name. Interesting. Validate. Love me validation. Customize context menus. That's neat. Sort limit history. True by default. I love me. Mode. This is it. We have modes. So, I'd find the mode. There it is. Tree, view, form, code, text. Wow, there's a lot of modes there. Oh, I should use preview for my result. Totally gonna have to do that after I figure out what's going wrong in the database. Okay, database. So we get to basically keep watching for that. I'm gonna look at what the other modes will look like. So we have data editor. What are my options? Out there. Mode. Preview. Let's see what a preview is. There we go. Browse collections. Show me the data. Okay, so it's a view only thing. That's cool, I suppose. What is the other modes? So I'm in tree. What's view? Yeah, I wonder what the difference between view and preview is. Okay, so I like view a little bit better. Gives you the schema kind of look. Suppose I won't know until I put it in results, so. Code and text are remaining. Check out code. Let's update our backend to not query the database every time I want to look at something. At that point, EJS ain't doing nothing, is it? Waiting the 2 seconds and going back for it. Oh, textual. So I like this because it's more people know how to use this, basically, you know. Bad strength. That is a very horrible error. Okay, is this like at least okay? This error ain't that bad. It had a small data set. So firstly, I do like this code view. Let's see how text goes. This code is currently the winner for how I actually want the edits to be. Disgusting. We want code view on both of these. Let's make another one. Results, right? New JSON editor. Results, mode, preview, because I don't know which way to go. And now you can say results dot set pass it the data. Data. Yeah, so I gotta place those radios with buttons, so we get in there soon enough. Oh, I'm loving this. Read. That's acceptable. Let's go for the other type. So not preview, but view. Or I can just make them read only, right? Read array. Ooh, that's kind of not cool. It's also not JSON copyable. So we'll go. I could go code. I think I like this better. Okay, now let's make our front end a little better because they're all checked, which is awkward. So if we say read, that means this one should be hidden. There we go. Boom, hidden by default. Exactly what I want. Okay, so let's actually perform the read. There it is. So our database should have gotten there by now. Alien info. Let's look at our documents. We have 2 documents. One with an empty data and one with stuff inside of it. We have 4 documents. Look at that. Look at all my documents. So let's see why the backend is not giving me them all. Give me my documents. So get filter find filter to array. Is find singular? No, find should be multiple. Let's check out what the filter is. Yeah, that restarts our backend, which means our log will be, oh, I've already failed. Look how I failed. Trace. Gotta use my cool new trace. Okay, so if I say read again, we get an empty object. It's length, darn it. I said if there are no keys, but that's an array. I need to check if there are no items in the array of keys. Okay, that still didn't work. I thought that was it. Wait a minute. Trace req.query.data. Okay, I just need to see the entire request at this point. Something got nested. It ain't a good nesting either. Okay, so data. Ah, I got it. Because I JSON stringified it. Payload. Data. Understandable. So if I send payload.data, that means, let's also check out the filter level here. Why don't I activate my Copilot? That's a good question. I forgot. That is exactly what happened, John Quayle. I forgot. I recently got the Copilot, so have not built the habit of using it, basically. Again, thanks for the reminder on that. No, okay, so the filter is an object with a key of data. I'm receiving, I need to refresh the front end first of all. Okay, so req.query has a field of data that contains a thing with another object with data. This is so nested. If it's not a read, I just put it on the wrong one. This is the one that needs dot data, which means refresh front end, click read. Boom, I got it. Okay, folks, we're making headway. After fiddling with strings, I made it. So if we ask for a new key of 1, 2, 3, I should now. Boom. Okay, we got reading. Finally working. What if I send a nothing? I can't tell, but let's send nothing, see what happens. Yeah, okay, it very much needs to be some JSON. Gotcha. So that's good for me. Let's close this. Look, oh, yep, this looks good. This can be centered, but that's all these stuff can be centered. So that is reading. We have creating. Let's watch it happen. A, B, C, D, E, F. Lovely. If we go back to reading, exactly. I haven't written the rest of them though, have I? So I have this to do to fix these, and I got the other endpoints. Let's go with the other endpoints. So we have post. Let's do put for our update. I think I have, or Mindwolf wrote some code down here I can copy. There it is. Find one and update, though I don't want to just find one, I want to find multiple and update. So I don't know, we'll find out what method name that is. So let's copy that out. Update many, exactly. Hey, look, there we go. Request body filter, request body data. Thanks again for that reminder to turn on Go Copilot. Very helpful. Then data, send data. Yeah, we'll just send whatever it is back to the user. So yeah, put, interact, body filter, body data. Trying to think. Yeah, so they should still be, should be exactly what we want. Okay, so update. We want to update everything. Give it an ABC. That's not gonna work because I need to use a set, don't I? Let's find out. Ah, it did work, huh? I thought I had to use $set. Apparently I don't. Okay, now let's see what we want to filter. We want to only update things with a name of A. We want to give you a name of that. Modified one, okay, looking good. Read. Think thoughts. Clear. Hey, oh, this is looking good. Okay, so that is create beautifully. Delete. It's the next one to write. Copy this for delete. See if Copilot can keep up with me. Dot. Oh, I didn't even hit the dot. Again, appreciate the reminder. So here's the thing, it's deleting. So yeah, Copilot knows what I should be writing, but I'm writing data instead because I haven't got that thing to. They're all in the wrong keys, I know. So if I delete all the new key 1, 2, 3. Oh, deleted 0. Well, I tried. Because it is a number, not a string. I had to know it's type sensitive. Boom, 1 deleted. Clear the object. And it's gone! CRUND, all created. We have 2 things I want to fix. Gotta make the UI a little better. And we gotta fix how we're calling things the wrong things in the keys. So it's essentially a variable payload. So when the payload, so this is good. Data editor. I know what it should be doing. So there's gonna be 2 presets. So let's go for the UI. When you're creating, this is the data. When you're reading, this is a filter. When you're updating, you get both. And when you're deleting, it's just a filter. So for each view, I need to have, or I'm going to keep track of, what should be visible, data or filter. And that's what I'll be doing, the toggle. So moving this enum up a little further, up here I suppose. Let's see what we want to do here. Const change type editors. I know we're doing some bad stuff here. Create. Oh yeah, you go for a Copilot. So we don't want it. Actually, what is filter editor? Can I use that to reobtain the DOM element. So yeah, it got a lot of stuff here. Dot content or dot container. Okay, so I can use the editor dot container to get what I'm looking for. Great. So I want data editor. So when I'm creating, I want the data editor to be true. This is kind of a weird way. Plus I've got the wet code from reusing. So how do I want to do this? Data. Then I'll use query selector to target them. Yeah. Then when I'm reading, filter. I can see the way I'm doing this. It ain't the best, but it's acceptable. And filter here. Okay, so now change type editors. There we go. Whenever they change, I want to grab the current one and show all the ones in it, hide all the other ones. So this is fun. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Editors, yeah, there you go. Showing. So essentially I'll go through both of them, and it's going to be, oh, fancy. I don't have that though. Some data filter for const editor type of the two types. And this is where, here we go, this is where we do the query selector and the toggle and all this stuff. And our toggle is going to be based on, so not filter editor, but rather editor type editor. Classless toggle. Is it hidden? It is hidden if showing editors includes editor type. Now this is either the right way or the wrong way. We'll find out when I do some clicking around. So let's see. When I click create, we see filter, read, update. So it's literally the opposite way. So we're going to say if it does not include it. Create data, read, filter, both. Lovely. This is lovely. Now we do the same logic inside of our payload generator. So it's a little bit wet code, so we have to redo essentially this bit here. It'll let us generate our payload accordingly. Change type is already there, showing editors there. Well, we only care about the showing editors. There we go. So for const editor type of these two, then we can grab that variable, which is going to be awkward. Wow, you know exactly what I want, don't you? So they're in variables though, so it's data editor and filter editor. So gonna be real bad. Be all like window. Oh, they're consts. Yeah, okay, so I'll put this up in a thing, const editors, and we have data, let's put them in an object. Editors, data, filter. I just put filter in data, that's awkward. Okay, come on. And the results. Loving it. beautiful. There we go. That's acceptable in my book. So I can use that as keys to editors, but then it'll be, yeah, I'll do that actually. So this will be editors.key.container editors editors be key of editor type. There we go, and that'll get me back up to the one in question. Good. Editor type payload, editor type equals editors, editor type dot get. Loving it. Can ditch that. ditch that weird specialized logic there. So this one here, I'm setting data. I need to be setting all the things, just be a little bit more dynamic. So for const key in payload url.search params.set key payload key. Loving that copilot. Again, appreciate the reminder there. Control. And again, I'm doing very bad writing this weird else for loop. No one report me. Lovely. I'm loving this. You can ditch that trace. We'll keep that trace. I think in this case, like, I'd love me my trace, but we'll switch it to error for those ones. Oh, and that thing was turned off. My bad. I'll keep that two-lined. Okay, so this should be good. So I made quite a few changes, to be honest. We're gonna see how that worked. First, the form. The form is looking good. Now let's try just a read. Glad that's failed. Data editor is not defined. Line 56. Did you tell me exactly? Line 30. Okay, it's literally somewhere in the method. Gotcha. There it goes. That's what I get for just catching any old error. Okay, so the read. So yeah, I messed up my stuff being sent to the server now. Data is an empty object. It is undefined. Internal server error there. Okay, so why did you get the error? Interesting. So interesting. It's not an error, that's a console log. So let's drop that one. Restart the server and re-hit the read endpoint. Error. Unexpected token, line 34. So I went to parse request query. What did I send? Ooh, I did not JSON stringify it. I forgot to do that. Copilot, you don't know everything. There we go. I think this swaps around to if it is read. No, wait. Yeah, if it's not read, then we stringify the body. Otherwise, if it is read, we do this. Okay, so a bit of conditional logic still, but can't really get around that. Okay, another error. Probably sent it again wrong. Filter. Wait, where's the new one? Filter equals empty object. Well, this might be the server this time. Unexpected token U on line 34. Not that 34, this 34. Okay, let's log it out. Console log REQ. Yeah, we'll use a log this time. They still got their uses, because I can already... The error is right there. Filter. So you're telling me JSON parse REQ.query. Aha, because I'm not using data, I'm using filter now. The names are proper. Lovely. Post, that is data. Put, that is that. Delete, that is filter. Loving that. Okay, so read should be working now. We're so close. Well, now what's... Huh. So, more logging. That's okay. Let's see what it is. It is undefined. This should still be... I didn't delete all my database at one point, did I? I don't remember doing that. Where's the refresh on this? Let's just look at a different thing. 3 documents. Okay, I should see you, but I don't. Okay, it's just literally console log. So we have the filter. Undefined should be the same as a non-pass parameter, right? That was my intention. Response. Oh, okay, so the response is there. The front end is not rendering it correctly because it lost access to the variable because I renamed the editor. Results. Editors dot results. There we go. Good old front end code. And now, ta-da, lovely. Again, gotta make sure our tests are working. 456 or 445, whatever. Acknowledge true, inserted ID, back for the read, back for the update. Other numbers, we'll give them all numbers. Great. We are deleting, literally deleting everything. Loving it. So that is working beautifully now. We have updated our communication protocol, essentially, that they are using the proper data.filter when it is appropriate. Now let's rename data to payload. Well, it was called data before. We'll leave it called data. I won't change it. Get rid of this old delete. Okay, it's a little bit wet of saying interact every time, but I'm fine with that. Now, it's time for the user interface. Replace radio with buttons. Yeah, so this is essentially... Yeah, we're going to see how that works. Let's make a commit before we do that. Commit, what do we call this? Make add JSON, add dynamic JSON editors. That's a good enough name for me. Come on, VS Code. We can add these files. I'm sure we can. Boom. Okay, now let's try and make this UI change, see how it works. So instead of interact, we just have 4 buttons. Push this session to GitHub public. That is a great reminder there, Jim. I will, and I just did. So now y'all can see this code for yourself and clone it accordingly and have all the fun you want right there. Appreciate the reminder there, Jim. That was the plan. I was just... Well, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have done it at the end of stream. But yep, good point. So we got 4 buttons. We want create, read, update, and delete. Then we'll call them interact. We'll call them what they are buttons. We'll lowercase the thing. Drop those. Let's see how the UI looks. Would help if I had the server on. Run dev. There we go. It's acceptable. I want to start centering stuff though. So let's put these. So here's the thing. Right now we're on read by default. Here's the thing, because it needs 2 clicks to get to some of these. So some of them are going to say, this is you're ready to do the action. Other ones are going to be swapping to the form for doing the action. Right, so right now we're on read mode. So I guess that will be the... I don't know, we'll figure out how to do that. We're figuring out how to do that right now, I suppose. Yeah, so let's get the view working on that. So those will be every button in the field set. Okay, so these 4 are still good, those 4 are still good. Let's see if we can create editor. Oh, switch to update. So I think I'll have this prefix on all the ones that aren't active. Yeah, and this will be a okay, I can see this. This will be a legend actions. There we go. Then I can use this essentially as a 2x2 grid, which I will style with the stylings I just deleted, which will be actions. Save that. Give that a class in this field set. Actions. Oh. Actions. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I think that is stylistically gonna do magic. Beautiful. Now the active one will have a little something on it, but for now, switch to editor. That's not what I want called. Yeah, Jim, of course. Sometimes it slips my mind, you know. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when Mindwolf was making it. Like, it's that close to being fully dynamic, where you don't have to change it when your database changes. I will be adding another feature, and it'll probably be the last feature, in which probably be a thing at the top where you can paste your database connection URI. So instead of, and it'd be like, I don't know how it'd be somewhat like publicly usable. I mean, if you trust the person's credential to have your credentials and all that. If you don't, clone it yourself, but you'll be able to paste your own database in like a box, something up in here, your own credentials, and it'll make a separate connection on the back end, so that way you can swap between databases without having to go into the server code necessarily. But that's the final feature. I'm gonna make this UI pretty now. Speaking of pretty, I gotta center all these legends. Hey, ain't that just free and pretty? What's this? This is an H1. It also gets centered. Be center. No, it didn't. Okay, gotta do something different for that. Yeah, it's basically Postman, but for yeah, right. It's basically Postman, but for MongoDB. There better not be an existing way to use Postman with MongoDB. I'd be really like accessing Atlas. Okay, yeah, so it's not necessarily built in. I was about to be worried. Yeah, you have to set up something and all that. Okay. There's a REST service, though. So I guess it very much might exist, Jim. I don't know, you weren't referencing that, but it basically is Postman for MongoDB. Okay, yeah, so we got this. That's called the wrong thing. Switch to create. And this is going to say class active action. I don't know. I gotta do something different stylistic of this one. I guess I'll literally just invert it. That's always a cheap way of making activity. So color black, or color white, and then background black. That's good enough for me. Now all these buttons need the magic. So I think I can literally query select every button because they're all basically the same. Query selector all button, or I can do some event delegation. Honestly, that's perfectly fine with me. I love me event delegation. So I get the actions. I add a click if not target. Nope, just target. Target tag name not equal. So if I miss the button, you toodle it. Now we have editor type, right? We also want the button, don't we? So we can destructure this out, I think. Target button. We'll call this a button. We're going to say, hey, if the button tag name wasn't a button, I can get that part there. Then we don't have button value. Well, that's true. We don't have okay, we can, very bad code. That's a little bit dry. Well, we'll grab the last string of text content and lowercase it. So button, text, content. Wow, this thing got a mic installed or something. Dot split. Nope, split. I have a space. We'll say dot at the last thing, then lowercase that. Boom. So that's our desired editor type, and this should work fine, hiding and showing them accordingly. I have to update the text accordingly. So this will be query document query selector of whoever the active action is. I probably should call this active editor or something, but too late. Const previous is there we go. So we can say previous dot text content equals previous dot text content plus equals which 2. I put that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, the text needs to be on the left. There we go. That's how we concatenate a prefix. And then previous. Oh, good one. Copilot. Knew what I wanted. Do you know what I want now? Add the active to the current. And the current also. So this is actually good. I do need the const editor name equals there. Now we can use editor name here to get our editor type. But now we can say button.text content equals editor name. So this should be all for the UI. No functionality, but hey, look at that. You click things, they swap around. Read and delete have literally the exact same. Create gets data. Update gets these two. Beautiful buttons, functionally at least. Let's button text content editor name. Let's order this. Clean this color code up a little bit, basically. Need all that. Yeah, we'll put these two together. We'll check it literally at the end. They're getting mushed together basically. Button, I already did that. Okay, editor toggling, good. Now we need to get the active action. Thankfully, I can do that here. So instead of change type of this, I do this. Dot split at 2 lowercase. So yeah, very much wet code, but it's working. Good. Okay, now it's up to us to do last time. Test to make sure all this works. When I click it again, yeah, Jim, I mean, it wouldn't be here if you hadn't suggested it, though. I would have just been like, these are some nice radio buttons, and moved on, but for sure, you know? Yeah. Speaking of dynamic, that's the last part we gotta do. So if what we're clicking, basically if previous triple equals button, then we need to return make change. So essentially, if we're clicking read when it's already read time, do the thing. So there we go. It was a great thought, folks. It didn't work. So we got a null query selector on line 42. Because the interact button don't exist. Ain't that right? That's okay. Line 43. So active action is not on. I can see it though. Dot split dot at. Oh, that's right, because on the active action, it's literally just the text. So no split, just straight to lowercase. I was doing that in the previous one though, wasn't I? I was doing it on the current one. I mixed them up. Query selector to lowercase. Of course, it is text content to lowercase. Come on. Ooh, what is this? I deleted all the objects. That was real close there. A, B, C, D, E, F. Ooh, loving that. Loving this. Let's go to an update. And get everything in ABC of... Here comes... This is the power of the JSON editor. The fact that now, because before we couldn't really do this, we can have arrays of different things, of different data types. So it's like you said, Jim, it's Postman, but for Mongo. I gotta give that. Let's see how the editor looks. Bad string. It doesn't really tell me where these editors are, but I am more than happy with the dynamicism already from here. So boom, we do that. We switch to read. We read. Look at this nesting stuff that we couldn't really do basically. Hey, Critical 780, thanks for coming on by. What do I use to host my website? Well, I use, and purely for a financial reason, because they are pretty cheap. I assume you mean my website as in, I assume you mean this website, by the way, rascal2.com, because this is, I assume you mean this website. If you do, oh, this is horrible. Okay, I assume you mean this website. If you mean this website, then I use Host Namaste. They're like cheap. I think the lowest is like $10 for a year. I think you can upgrade to like $15 for a year for more RAM, or more resources, which I did. There was a deal at the time. You can probably get the deal too. I mean, I've had no problem with them. They're not as sophisticated maybe as jumping on Google or AWS or any of the giant ones, but it works for me, you know? It's works for me when I didn't have the money to spare and I wanted the best bang for my buck. Yeah, Critical, you do? So you don't need to necessarily have it on a host. So like mine is hosted like on a actual server, but you can do basically this for free if like literally this for free, because this is all static except for a little bit. So you can do most of the static stuff for free with like GitHub Pages, Netlify, lots of great services that you don't need to pay for hosting the actual website. For the domain name, there ain't no free ones that are really trustworthy now, so you gotta buy those of course. But for the actual server, or to host these static things, there are a lot of free services out there for static hosting and for dynamic hosting. So you definitely don't have to go charging out the money. Yeah. Yeah. If you care about what this exactly is, like how I made all this, so this is a Next.js application, which, if you don't know what that is essentially a React template bootstrap thing that just makes React more optimized for static sites. I used it because I have all these blogs. And I'm like, yeah, this should be like statically optimized, and Next.js basically does that. Hey, I'm in console. you're in console error. Thanks for coming on by. Oh, you coded a robot? Yeah. What'd you code it in? Python, JavaScript? I love to check it out. I always love seeing cool stuff people make. Yeah, feel free to share that link however you like. And this CRUD thing's working really good. I'm real happy about this. The only thing I'm not happy about, and this is a real weird thing, Node.js. Nice. I made a few bots in Node.js. I made some Discord bots with Discord.js, Twitch bots with TMI.js, or their variants. Pretty fun to make bots in for sure. So here's the thing I need to fix, and it's really bothering me. We have that much space on that side, but we have like 5 pixels on this side. This is really bothering me. I don't know what happened. It's probably the editor, but I gots to fix this. So let's open up DevTools, see who's to blame for this completely imbalance happening here. So we got one row, a call and a call. Oh, there it is. So the columns have a padding left. We give that just an absolute padding. Oh, there we go. Look at that, folks. It's centered. Yeah, okay, so that's what we do. Style CSS, padding left. Just make it full padding, and since we are doubling it, let's go 2.5%. Yeah, that's good in my book. Can we vertically center this? I would like to vertically. Maybe I don't want to vertically center it. Row, display flex. So body needs a height 100 VH. And then you need to be, how do I do this? Height 100%. There we go. There we go. Now we tell you all to be center. Ooh, multiplayer piano. I've never heard of that service. Oh, it's a piano. Site makes a lot of sound. Okay, thankfully y'all won't hear it, so. Multiplayer piano. That's cool. So I'm lost where the bot. Oh, you made a bot that plays the piano. Okay, yeah. I assume that's what you mean. Oh, we can see each other's mouse. What a cool looking website. Yeah, it's a neat website. Yeah, y'all can't hear it. Let me try to toggle. There you go. Hopefully y'all heard that a little bit. Maybe not, I don't know, my virtual audio's all over the place. Golden ratio, beautiful website layout. Hey, yeah. Pi. 314, all that stuff. Oh, that's cool. Enter. Press help in here. Oh, it's a chat bot. Oh, I gotcha. Help. Commands are help, text strings. Oh, interesting. Can you make it play the entertainer? I mean, I'm sure they can. Ah. So how only chatbot. Oh, okay, that's cool. I mean, that's still pretty impressive too. Oh, turn mute. This sounds like I can actually hear my thoughts. That's pretty impressive though. I imagine multiplayer piano. I don't, unless this is like IRC or something. You probably had to write this yourself to what do you say? Do all this logic. Unless this has like a bot. What do you call? A bot thing. Yeah, that's impressive. Client settings. Ooh, I love me a dark mode. I'm probably messing up the dark mode with this, aren't I? I was. Hey, you can all read it now. Hey, okay, we're all jumping in here, playing piano. Let me turn the music sound back on. Yeah. Oh, I muted him. You demute. Oh, yeah, this is pretty cool. Make a chatbot on this thing. Check out the rest of this site. So that makes a lot of sound, blah blah blah. Oh great, that's everyone. That is pretty neat for sure. Thanks for sharing there. I'm in console error. See what else your bot can do. Oh, you probably turned it off. Never mind. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool bot and pretty cool site, to be honest. Would definitely it's definitely giving me some ideas about piano playing bots for sure. Appreciate the share. We're over here making ourselves a basically Postman, but for CRUD. No, not Postman for CRUD. Postman for MongoDB, where you can make changes to your database by clicking cool buttons. Now I need to be justify content. Nope. Align content. Nope. Justify items. Align items. I'll eventually find it. There we go. Align items center. Oh, we had to go through all of them. There exists NPMB, not named multiplayer piano bot. Huh. I mean, you're opening me up to a whole new community here, this whole multiplayer piano thing, so you got me definitely interested. Wow, there are a number of them. I perhaps should probably use the thing MPB bot. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I got it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm getting there. 2038, man, they're in the future, aren't they? Okay, that's nice. 2038. I don't know. I mean, I'm curious of what it's made in, or like how. Cause I don't really. It don't look like this thing's got an API. I just have to click to download. Downloading random things off the internet. Yes, bugs. It looked like I was totally convinced it was a quirky feature, but come on, Spectrum Internet. Believe in Spectrum Internet. Some random Dropbox. Let me drag that off just in case. Yeah, it's definitely cool. As soon as it loads, I'm gonna check out what it's made with. Yeah, align items center on all the rows. Lovely. Refresh. There we go. Loving it. Now I'm going to do the same thing for the right here. I'm going to use another field set because I am addicted to the stylistic output. No one tell no one. I don't think I need to do all this pre-code anymore because I am good. Swap the code for a div. Drop that H1, which means I can also clean up some CSS. I have an H1 to text align center. Hey, I'm liking this. Oh, okay, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Let's see, JS. Probably should run help first. Make sure the bot's online. I'm also anonymous. I'm not logged in. I don't know if I have to log in for you to do the thing. Yeah, I saw it there, Jim. It's pretty cool. It's not just like a multiplayer piano. It's a multiplayer cursor thing too. It is definitely fun. Click on you. Oh, click on me. There we go. I found my name. Yeah, it's a pretty fun platform. Yeah, well, not that help. There we go. So let's see, I can run JS apparently. What does JS do though? Oh, it evaluates live JavaScript. Nice. Hey, nice. That's pretty cool. I mean, You basically plugged into eval, or is it a protected environment? Pretty nice. Yay, internet finally loaded that other file. Ooh, it's an exe. Spooky. Not downloading that one. But yeah, that's pretty cool making this whole bot up. Why does it look so bad? Yeah, this looks a lot better. Go dark mode. Hey, there's the code. Appreciate it. Besides, I'm on Linux anyway. I wouldn't be able to run it if I wanted to. Codecollab.io. Huh. I've never heard of this service. Ooh, I'm loving this text effect, this glowy effect. I'm going to be inspired by this for future references. Hey, JavaScript it is. Random from MPP. Random from multiplayer piano party. Cool. Oh, the multiplayer cursor magic. That's cool. This is actually a pretty cool looking platform here. Connecting. There we go. Oh, cool. Manually added admins, bot name, MPP client. Evaluating some stuff there. Cool. MPP client. So it looks like there is a client. That's pretty cool. You don't have to write that yourself. Circuits sharp.js. Yep, I am here. Prefix, bot name, initial, hex code. MPP. Oh, is MPP literally something in the console? No. Oh wow, ain't that nice? You get all this. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see all the pieces of the puzzle. Yeah, these are all client side. That's nice of the API to expose all this, or at least the developers to expose all these things for you to just be able to use. Maybe they didn't expose it; they just had them lying around there. Follows, attack, all this cool stuff. Yeah, that's impressive. MPP client target following follow. Interesting. MPP from Google. Huh. Wow. What do you know? Had no idea. One of Google's pet projects. Piano blog. I guess that's where I'd find out more information. All about music and piano. Okay, so someone had fun in that comment section. Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. Definitely might figure something out to do with this later. Check out this code collab. Because this, I'm always in fans of looking for new systems like this. Another link in the link party. Yeah. Cool. Experiments with Google. There it is. One of their experiments I made. Yeah. 2012. Well, that's an old one. Well, I mean, I guess back in 2012, these APIs were actually new. So yeah, I mean that's how they do these experiments. They do stuff to showcase their new APIs. Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely gonna have to mess with that later. See what's possible. Yeah, Code Collab is pretty neat too. Yeah, you're bringing in all the hot links and resources there, buddy. Console error. Clean some of these tabs up. Client send array on move. Send array to update position. Nice, yeah. Because I mean, yeah, it's more than just a piano. It's also a like tracking of cursors too. So on mouse move, send over the WebSocket, all that cool stuff. Me. Oh, these are all the players. I just realized it. This is a user list in the room. Gotcha. Someone named Lapis is an owner for this site. That's cool. I can change the name, huh? oh yeah, nice. That's a little playground, basically, yeah. Client settings, what's in here? Oh yeah, all this. A very cool little project, for sure. Rules. What are the rules? Read them later. Yeah, that's definitely a fun thing I'll be playing around with later. Both the go to dev room here. Dev room here. Oh, you mean here? Oh, there's a lot of rooms here. Yeah. Dev room, 22 out of 50. Oh boy, gonna hear some ears. Or up here. I think you meant go to dev room, 22 out of 50. Like the crown moved itself. Volume down. Okay. Oh, channel's only for 60 minutes or so. Yeah, I haven't been on the site long enough for dev room. Oh, there you go. Thanks for the link. Yep, gonna turn that down a bit. let me balance it properly. So this is, everyone in here is a bot except for me, huh? I'm the only human here. This is a crazy place for all the bots to hang out. Yeah, that's crazy, alright. Definitely an awesome playground. Oh look, we see a follow along going here. It's cool how it stacks the different user click events too. They're all bots. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Love it. Oh, I'm probably in the lobby. Use Q follow at chat. Q follow. What could that be? Yeah, I don't think it's to your command. I think you're talking about a different command. But QHI will follow you. Oh, I get it. There they go. Yeah, I gotcha. That's cute. Yeah, it's definitely a crazy platform there. Good job making that bot. Can imagine all the other fun stuff you can do on there. A sandbox with a piano on top, basically. Okay, I think I centered this at some point. I didn't center it. Let's find where the center is. Oh, gotta give body a height of 100%. Let's say 95 VH for that scroll bar. Section apparently needs a height too. Height 100%. Boom. Things are centered now. I suppose at some breakpoint I'll need to not have them stacked left to right. $700 seems like a good point. Okay, media query 700. Oh, come on, get Copilot, figure it out. Yeah, don't know why it got turned back off. Screen, there you go, 768. How did you know? 700 pixels, clear that out. I don't really need the screen qualifier. And instead of setting body height, we're gonna say column flex 1. I don't know, we'll see what it looks like. So first let's see if it's actually happening. There it is, so it is flex 100%. What if we were just like, hey, let's just change the direction. Row. Flex direction. Column. Yeah, it's an awesome implementation for sure. Be really proud of it, yeah. Bots are fun to work with, especially in those cool sandbox environments. Okay, so this UI is looking pretty good at this point. Got a few more things to do. I'm going to make it when the buttons are clicked that you can't do other stuff. So this is going to be a try and a finally. So we're going to say actions. Actions dot class list. Oh look, it knows what I want. I swear this thing has mic access at some point. And finally, do you know what I want? Yeah, you do. Awesome. So it's not a class list though. I don't want a class list floating. I want disabled equals true and false. I don't know, I hope field sets have disabled. I think I'm selecting it right. Ooh, there it is. So you see, it's hard to tell. When you click it, all the buttons go gray, preventing you from clicking it again. Watch, I double click. Okay, well, if the database keeps responding easily, it's going to be hard to... Why is the database so fast? So yeah, we'll just do a set, an artificial set timeout, basically. Well, we a new promise. Can you figure it out, pilot? Yes, you can. Well, a second delay. Just for like visibility, you know. The delay makes it feel like something's actually happening, which it is, but without this, it's like something happened or not, I can't tell. But now we see stuff be happening. There's a delay. Then when the boss comes by, it's like, make it faster. I'm like, sure thing, boss. $9.99. Okay, so this is looking pretty good as is. Be cool if there were a way to disable these JSON editors. Probably is. Let's look in the console. JSON will be editors dot data. Please commit and push again. Sure thing. Let's see. I don't think nothing's incomplete, so got that part. Fix styling. We got main.js. There we go. This is improve UI. Hopefully I don't have any incomplete code. I don't think so. There is the commit and git push. There is the push. There you go, Jim. So this is looking good. We want to editors data. We want to be like disable, right? So is there a disable? That would be too easy. Lots of hidden stuff. We have a destroy. That's cool. Create, contact, compact, focus. Yep, I'll go ahead and drop the link for this particular one too. Oh, there you go, Jim. Redirect link. On change disabled. That might be what I want. Might be in the options too. Okay, let's see where we can disable this. An issue asking for just what I want. So if I set the mode to view, can I mutate this though? Wait, I have to do data. Dot mode equals view. We can't just like, now you can't update this live, right? So how do I update options as it goes? Oh, see example and docs. Yeah, modes view, I get that. Probably it might be a method like update or something to change it. I just don't know what it's called. I'll probably turn so I can hear my music. Okay, we have all these options. Options are lovable. Love me some options. On color picker, no. Here are some methods. Collapse all, destroy all, expand all. Okay, focus. Get mode. It's probably a set mode, isn't it? So I saw get mode, which means probably set mode. Set JSON, set mode. There it is. Probably would have helped if I set the actual mode and not the move. Yeah, so if we set the mode to view, it's still letting me do stuff. Switch mode. Mode code requires the ACE editor. I have the ACE editor. Okay, so let's do a refresh. Well, the server is not alive. Let's get that turned back on. Oh, so it's working now. Great. I don't want that. I want a preview. Yeah, that's the editor I like. Okay, so when I disable stuff, I need to switch to preview, enable stuff, switch back. Like, I can see this. Let's find our try catch. Here we go. Query. Well, it's all the editing editors, right? So it is for const. You know, this can be its own function. Set UI state. Boom, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Disabled, sets that to disabled, and it goes through all the editors. Of course, Jim, always happy to help. Oh, look at this. GitHub Copilot doing my work for me. Although it's a little confused. It don't know the API. How would it, you know? Set mode. So if... Oh, look at that. It knows. So I'm using state, so it got confused. But if we are setting it to disable, it is code. Otherwise, what is the default mode? Options mode. Code. Wait, what? Oh, it's... If we're disabling it, we're going to preview. Otherwise, we're going to code. For code. No, just code. Lovely. And now with this, we can call this to disable. And then finally, eventually, we will enable. Bada boom. Bada bang. Let's see if this works. So when I click it, it changes the size, which is not the worst thing in the world. Rather it didn't, but okay, let's look at the height. Some sort of height thing here. I'm not going to be too bothered. I'm literally not going to investigate it further if I can't find it. Okay, I can't find it. It's good enough for me, the fact that it's moving it all around. Maybe if we give this a min height. Yeah, it's fine, I say, as I go about figuring it out. 50 VH, right? So So if I give the thing, what is this? Filter editor, right? Min height 50 VH. Oh, I gave it the wrong one. Yeah, Jim, we're still going 6 hours in. min height 50 VH. Hey, thanks for the posture check and the hydrate. It is time for a break, but I'm in the flow. I can't leave. Let's see. JSON. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, this is a different JSON editor. Hopefully we're chill. Huh, okay, that's a lot of weird stuff in there. That's a lot of weird stuff. I ain't using Angular. Yeah, honestly, this ain't the worst thing in the world. Because it comes back to the same spot anyway, so acceptable. Delete, we delete all the things. We create cat, dog. Okay, I mean, this is honestly basically what this exactly needs to do. All we're missing, let's update this. Update JSON editors. JSON editor states. It's a good enough name. I will not forget to push. There you go. Now the last feature is the ability to essentially tell it what database connection we're interacting with. So this is on the server side. This will be the last feature for this little project. So we have a database string, we have database name, and we have collection name. Okay, so essentially, we lose .env. Well, we can't keep .env. We can use this as default. I'm gonna drop it though. Yeah, we're not using that. Not using that, not using that, not using that. Here comes my connection. So we're going to do this. We're not doing that. And for every request, we're going to have to connect to the database and do the thing. This does mean a lot of connections and disconnections, but what would the alternative be? Creating a pool of connections, but this would result in like persisting connections to the database, even if you only want one connection. I could do a thing where it's like it shows what databases are connected, but then if someone else is using it, you can access their database. So I don't want any of that cross-pollination contamination. So when you connect, it makes the connection, then it disconnects. So let's do this. So we're going to connect to the... Now all requests, this is an additional thing. Let's do the front end first. You know what? Let's do the front end first. So we're going to have up here another row, which my HTML is making me indent this. I gotta have this indented. I know, it's crazy. I gotta do it. Get my indentation. Got to do it. 2 columns. Everyone get indented. 11 line. Okay, now we can say class equal row. I probably gotta update the styling for this, but let's see what we can do here. Field set. This will be legend. We call this database. We're gonna have what? 3 inputs. It'll be label connection URI. And then we'll have database and collection. All 3 of these will be paired with. I just realized none of my labels were. I don't have any other labels. Okay, this is good. So we want all 4 of these to, can we do this? K, right? Perfect. We want this to be another grid, so input, we want to give this an ID of all these things, but K double quote to lowercase, camel, I don't have the camel case thing, wait, do I? Change case camel, there we go, fix that one ID there, close, and I just realized screencast is not on, my bad folks. Okay, so we have all these things. Well, that legend doesn't get one, that's awkward. Place, I guess we'll do a placeholder just for lovely's sake, and we'll ditch the top one. Oh, all the IDs do need to be replicated onto our column labels. 4 equals paste, drop 1 quote, lovely. Okay, that's good. Let's make this a little more readable for me. Good. So let's look at env hide secrets, because I need to go and grab this. I need a template, basically, folks. Oh, I think I actually use the Mongo way of doing this too. Okay, so username password at cluster almost there, folks, don't worry about it. Almost there. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're just going to use a default value here. Autocomplete will let people do all what they want. What database name are we using? We'll use the original one. Well, it's gone. Probably look in Mongo to find it. Star Trek API. And the collection name is... Dun, dun, dun. It's on the server. Alien Info. Loving it. Okay, this should be good. Let's give this a class of grid field set, because this is not the first time we have done this. Class of actions also gets grid field set, so now we can go to our CSS and update actions to grid field set. Loving that. Okay, this is good. We want a button here. Actually, we don't want a button there. This is essentially just values you need to have it do the thing you want. Okay, this is good. Okay, this is essentially what we want. Now, let's go to Mongo, create some dummy data real quick. Because we've got to have some dummy data, because you're all about to see it. npm run dev. Gotta turn the server back on, folks. See how this stylistically looks. Absolutely horrible. That is not where you go. Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, because the sections are what? 100% height? So yeah, this is CSS now. I've made great mistakes. So if you drop that off the row, there it goes. I don't have a column. I can give it a column though. Let's give it a column. Here it is. Copy. Paste. Close the section. Why is GitHub Copilot keep turning off? Loving that. Love that. Embed all that good stuff. Hey Ryan, how you doing? Thanks for coming on by. We so yeah, we done quite a few things today. Did a bunch of leak code, a bunch of code wars. We are taking Mindwolf's database builder, and we are making it super dynamic, so you can just enter all this stuff in automatically, and it's basically Postman for MongoDB, as Jim coined it, and I'm like, that's exactly what this is. In addition to that, we basically finished all the user-facing features. Well, not there. Almost all the user-facing features of the Quotes API. Like, I'm at a happy place with it now. In which we watch it not work. Watch it not work. Hey, yeah, you go, Ryan. Join the weekend with the daughters, yeah. Oh yeah, right, Jim. I saw it. Busy day for me. I mean, it could be a busy day for you too, but yeah, just a productive day. So main thing we did here is we converted it to an OpenAPI. So we have all these cool dashboard thing that people can like click buttons and it just works and all that stuff. We also added the Animaniacs. And yeah, people can use it. They can do a one-click to import it into Postman. All this stuff is available with a magical form. Be like, sometimes you can click the things, enter the boxes, all this magical stuff. Spits out the URL for you to shove in your own code. Example response, expected schema output, all the cool bells and whistles. It should be the easiest API to use. That was the goal. There we go. And this is all the raw stuff that you tell you'll be like, Postman, go import this API, and Postman will import it automatically. Then we did some code wars, and now we're doing this thing. So let's see. Users created timestamp, modified timestamp, created by user, modified by user. So yeah, I mean, that's a cool, I don't know, maybe like as an option, that'll be an optional thing, but as like a base feature, I think this is more of just directly modifying the database. These things could be default for sure, I'd say. Yeah, it's going to be after this feature, where it's going to be after the ability to import your database on the front end, but for sure. Yeah, making APIs like they should be, because as fun as they are, I don't want someone to come to my API and be like, I have no idea how to use this. I want to be like, no, I will walk you hand by hand. This is how to use the API. Yeah. And it's my first time messing around with the OpenAPI spec, which, it's dense. But it's dense because you can do a lot of stuff with it. And I only scratched the surface, so a lot of cool stuff going on there. But yeah, now I have to center stuff. All from there to centering a div. Oh, that's very wide. I don't want it to be that wide. It's too wide. What is this? What do I want? And that is what I want with max content margin auto. Yoink. Loving that. Beautiful, awesome, amazing UI. So now, like I said, there's a little more front-end logic I can do. Let's shove this into the front end. So the one thing that's not going to be easy about this is the fact that I'm making a GET request with half of this. Yeah, Jim, I mean, I don't know if I'll go any further into messing around with OpenAPI. Like, I've delved in as deep as I'm happy with. Like, there's nothing more I want from it. Like, I know how to do everything that I think I would want to do. Like, file uploading is like the one thing, like, I saw a page on it, I didn't read it, but And besides that, I know enough to do what I want, and I'm not gonna really learn more unless I want to do more. Just like I'm learning everything else, basically. Does what I want and nothing more. Okay, so here's one thing that's gonna be weird. I'm making a GET request, but I know what I can do. I can use headers or like cookies or stuff. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Shadow Master. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. We're over here messing with cool stuff, making this thing super dynamic. Ah, yeah, that's right. I needed to, so yeah, I converted my environment variables to be, I need to create a dummy user, MongoDB. Here's MongoDB. Database access, because y'all are about to see this thing, so add a new user, dummy, enter password, another password. Now what permissions do you have access to? Not any database. I want you to only access a certain database. How do I do that? Select predefined custom role. Create a custom role. Okay, I guess I gotta do that. So I only want to be able to access the Star Wars whatchamacallit one, because I spent a long time entering those 150,000 inches. I don't want y'all or anyone messing with them. Create a new custom role. And hey, this will be fun to learn this. So yeah, data collection actions, database actions. I don't know what are database actions. Apparently I can't select. Oh, you can only pick one. Okay, cool. So the database name is this one. And the database, the collection is alien info. Yeah, so you can do anything to those. Star Trek officer. Let's be super thematic. Invalid role name. We'll just take the fun out of everything. There we go. Wow, that's a lot of stuff on my screen. Role name. Okay, so I got the role name. Now I need to create the thing and give it a role. I need to refresh. Probably easier not to refresh. Just switch tabs. You can do it Spectrum. There we go. Add a new user for the dummy. Okay, and what role do we want? Oh, okay, it's an option to select a custom role. There we go. The Star Trek officer. So we don't want... I don't want any built-in role. There we go. Okay, I had to figure that out one, folks. Specific privileges. Oh, could I have just... I didn't need to make a role. Well, glad to know. Users is temporary and will be deleted. Oh, like that neat. This thing's gonna get auto-deleted. Cool. Select. Yeah, sure. Okay, you go, Star Trek officer. Okay, dummy. Ooh, there's a timer. That's cool. Okay, so let's put a value in here of... Well, I do need something in my environment variable. I need the second half. Let's create a connection. Make Mongo tell me it. Tell me how to connect. Connect using my application. There it is. This is my URL. I'm going to shove this in here, because this is the value, but hopefully autocomplete will remember me. Remember me. Username is dummy. Password is, surprise everyone, dummy. Now if I save this, autocomplete, yes, autocomplete kept it in there. That's kind of what I wanted it to do. And now with these credentials, we get to, I gotta actually send them with every request. So I guess we're gonna go to main.js, because still gotta write all this front-end code to get the credentials. So this will be const get Get credentials. Lovely function name. Best name. So it's literally going to get all three of these values, which are... I think I can return... Depends how I want to send it. Can I specify? I don't know how to specify any of that. We'll keep it as this, basically. I need the three IDs. So the IDs are connection URI, database, and collection. My eyes really messed up on that one. I was like, these words aren't spelled the same, but they were. So this one... Oh, look at you, your Copilot, you go. Or you know I'm doing a reduce. And the accumulator is an empty object. So here we go. Could you be any cooler? Except it's get element by ID. But you were pretty cool there, Copilot. Copilot of key. That is right. Copilot, pretty cool. Here's the thing. If any of them are missing, it's basically going to be a failure. Get credentials. You know what? We're not going to do this. We're going to go for an old loop. There's this for const ID of this lovely array of IDs. Can you figure out the rest, Copilot? There you go. Then return credentials. Copilot, I gotta say, I'm liking this. Lets me do less thinking. Here's the thing. If credentials... Oh wait, were you about to do something? Ooh, look at this. This is beautiful. It's a throw, and not what I wanted, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. Actually, I could be all fancy and be like, captured or whatever. Oh, this is real fancy. It knew what I wanted. I don't even know what I want. Let's not put quotes around that. Okay, this is good. So we're gonna be like, get credentials, all fancy like. Now, and we're gonna set this via a header. I don't know how this works. Authorization. I know that's like a standardized header though, so. Ooh, use a local storage token. I would if I could. X. So I think X pattern, right? This is a standard practice for you're basically doing your own thing. Like it's not standard. Yeah, here's the naming convention. How do we do custom headers? Or how should we do custom headers, rather? Because I can do it any way I want, but... Hey, thanks for the follow there. MD Ubuntu. Or MD5 Ubuntu. And Pop OS Ubuntu right here. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. Okay, let's see what they want. Use is private. Use application name instead of X. I don't want to read the RFC. I want to... Doesn't matter how you define them. Field names are used in token. Application name instead of X. I'm going to use this one. And the value for this is going to be JSON.stringify get credentials. Now, if credentials getting fails, we're going to be console errored an error and alert. Error. That message. I hope there's a message. So if there ain't a message, we'll be alerted the error. Or, I hope that's how it works. We'll find out. Oh, my UI state also needs to disable those other ones. So, actions gets disabled. Where are we at up here? Basically, every grid field set gets disabled. Or every field set in the universe gets disabled. Ah, that's right. My actions also needs to be updated. Oh, this is awkward. It needs a unique identifier. So yeah, ID of actions. So gotta update that code. Query selector ID of actions. Here I can say all the field sets get disabled. It's overkill, yes, but it's alright. Query selector all field set. For each field set dot disabled equals as expected. So that should be working. You know, if we're getting an error, I don't know, I was thinking about maybe we shove the error in the result box, but I don't know how it's gonna work. Let's try it. Just see what happens. Hey, NazXT. How are you? Good to see you too. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. We over here making this dynamic, making this MongoDB database editor super dynamic. Hey, Naz from Discord. Yeah, I recognize that a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I've been streaming a bit. Just classic weekly Saturday and then the occasional whenever time's available streams. Pretty fun so far. This one's going fun as the rest of them. We're expanding on the if you were in my little stream, they created this database builder 2 streams ago, so that would be last Sunday, I believe. And I saw that and I was like, this could totally be dynamic. So I'm totally making it dynamic. It's basically, as Jim pointed out, Postman for MongoDB. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Junk to Pro, or Jun Kidda Pro, Jun Kidda Pro. You're a pro at something. That's what we do know that. I would show you it working, but it's in a not working state. So it's like, yeah, the buttons ain't even working at all. Those should be working. Latin 22. Get credentials. Ha. That must be an old code. There we go. Oh, flip-flopping around. Okay, so this is good. Now we're just gonna click read and see what happens. Explosion, failure, everything caught on fire. DB is not defined, as expected. Because before, the server had database information. Now, it does not have database information. Database information is being sent via headers. So we need to look at the headers. So I'm using a read operation. So I want to say console log req dot headers get. Is this how we get headers? That's how we get headers. Yay. Rascal to post MongoDB. I mean, yeah, it's basically what it is. Oh, look at Copilot. It knows what header I want. Aren't you a good Copilot? Yes, you are. So now we just want to rest send ABC. I guess we actually want an object. Yeah, for the win. That's not how objects look, folks. Okay, one more time. Oh, look at that. There is our dummy information. Dummy at dummy. All this lovely information. I know, we're storing JSON in a header. Someone's gonna come and arrest me for that. I totally know it, but it ain't not working, so... So now this is where we gotta write a little helper code. Const connect to database credentials or connect to collection. That's what we're really connecting to, a collection, which we do our stuff on. Oh, look at that. Copilot, it knows what I want. Loving it. I mean, at this point, I should probably just destructure it up here, but... It knew. Wait, it gave me something to copy. Ooh, return a promise. I appreciate that, but Mongo's got its own promises around here. So we'll be returning the connection URI. And, you know, I'm gonna keep that optional parameter. Big fan. Let's do some indentation. We're not going to console log that because that's user information. Database, that's awkward because that's the database name. Let's go re-update all the things. There we go. That's been updated. Got to update EJS to update database name, collection name. Let's go ahead and suffix these two with name too, just so it's super obvious. There we go. That should be good. Database multi-cursor magic to get the name of both. Now we can say const database, because that's what I wanted to do, equals. So it's not a promise. I thought it was totally a promise. Database name, const collection equals await. Or is it not? Database.collection. It's not a promise. Okay. Would have thought. And we can return collection. I mean, I don't know. Do I really need to do all that? I did, though. I didn't need to do all that. Well, we can one-line this. Let's watch it. Go full Code Wars, folks. Never go full Code Wars. And if this fails, of course, catch error la-di-di-da. Lovely. Connect to collection. So this is where we start making our changes. Of course, we're going to update the read one first. Oh, look at that. Copilot knows what I want. And then from our collection, we're going to be like, haha, do all the stuff we were doing before. Ah, it's looking a little... Oh, yeah, this is a promised chain. So I'm like, add that there, drop that there. Bada boom, bada bing. Hey, Jim, thanks for the hydrate. Greatly appreciate it, as we're about to watch our first dynamic MongoDB database connection. How many more buzzwords can I fit in here, huh? Is there anything actually in the database, though? That is our question. If the database is empty, we're not going to see anything. And I can't test the... I mean, I could just run ahead and write the create thing real quickly. Let's look, though. Let's use our eyes. Oh, there's one document in here. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the connection took a moment. How do we clear this? I need a clear button. Like, right... This thing needs a clear button. We're adding a clear button, folks. We're not getting distracted, but there needs to be a clear button or something. Or... Oh, no, there could be a timer. I'm getting so lost in the sauce here. Oh, we're about to do it. We're creating the to-do file. For how long ago results were added on screen. So you can see, you can recognize like, oh, these results were from like an hour ago. That's why I want that feature. Startled. Or I think that's startled, or it's string 9 LED, whichever it is. Thanks for the follow. I hope your day, evening, or night has been going well. We're over here making essentially Postman for MongoDB. So we have this. We just have to make the same collection here. Oh, we're about to do some multi-cursor magic, folks. Connect to collection. GitHub Copilot can't save me now, can it? IQ.get X. Where is it? Okay, I can't see it because the thing's hiding. Authorization or authorization header? I need to see if this is the right spelling. Yeah, it's authorization, not authentication. There we go. So we're using that one. Then we say dot then collection, and then to collection we say collection dot this, and then we go to the end of the line, go to the next one. We add a parenthesis. Phew, that was some crazy multi-cursor magic. Almost got lost there. We got 2 more to fix. We got 1 more thing to fix. The then needs to get in the next line. Boom. Okay, let's see if we can now create. So create ABC 1, 2, 3. Ooh, look at that. Now let's do something crazy. Let's use the wrong password. Okay, we tried, folks. There's still some things to be lacking. Handshake error. Yeah, we got the error. I'm still all locked up, though, so I didn't get the error. It got the error, though. Huh. Ah, I saw what happened. I'm just console tracing all my errors. So let's update my get. So when the error fails... Ooh, this is a little bit of fanciness here. Then catch. So catch. So if we have an error, then we want to take the error and resolve to it, resulting in it becoming the data, which will then get sent to the client. Good, good, good. It'd be cool if I could specify a status code of this, but I don't care about that right now. I just want to get a read on the books. So yeah, invalid password. It's trying. Boom! We have a response. Code 8000 Atlas error. Alright, if this tells me it's authentication, it does. That is all the information we need. People can just Google this, you know. They'll figure out. Just Google it. I'm not here to tell you what that error means. Could I get an error message? So if I spread the error into an object and I try to get message, would that work? Because the fact that I'm not already getting message means it might not exist, or a 2-stringed version of the message, right? Hey, okay, I'm liking this. Message, bad authentication failure. What if I said error 2-string instead? Because that might be a more, what do you call it, abstract friendly way to get whatever the string of 5 error is. Ooh, it's an even bigger one. This is good. So message is cool. It makes it look like it's the my error though. So we want message, and then we just want error. Yeah, we want this as an object. This is what we want. And I think I'm about to put this inside my magic function. There we go. The order of that is not very cool. I would like the message to be first. Thank you, good sir. And let's now shove this cool resolving to whatever. No, I can't do that, because then it'll resolve to a collection, and I ain't got a collection. So let's call this handle serialize MongoDB error. That's a great method name. Lovely. Now at that point GitHub Copilot literally just turned into a spell check for me. No, I want these serialize equals this, which is essentially just catching the error, stringifying it for the message, and then putting the error in the rest. And I'll use the full spelling to be respectable individual. Oh, I didn't realize. For some reason I thought I forgot to use set and it was working magically. Turns out I am using set. What do you know? Okay, this is looking amazing. I can do some more good stuff here by getting expressed like be better. Let's not go there yet. Loving this. Okay, here's what it looks like when you normally look at it. Although, looking at this resolution... Okay, I'm trying to think if my responsive thing is responsive enough. It feels responsive enough. Okay, so let's use a good username. When I click read, the thing should be cleared too. I gotta do that. After I make this here commit though, don't worry, I'm making my commits. Let's make sure, let's look around, make sure everything's looking good. Looks good to me. From front end, lovely. Those changes are saved, they are being pushed, and we'll just do a few polish tasks at this point. What do you want to do? We want to npm on remove.env since we're no longer using that literally at all. Lovely. I'm thinking we could use a password type for this, can't we? Yeah, we can. Let's make that a password type on the front end. So where is it? It's not really a password. So again, I'm breaking all the rules. But when you make this a password and you turn the server on, boom, it turns into asterisks. This makes it hard to edit, but safe for stream viewing purposes. Hey, Mickey Dev, thanks for the follow. Hope your day, evening, or night has been going well, I think. The goldfish memory's kicking in here. We've been streaming like 7 hours, so I think I remember you, but I just can't place it. Probably saw you in some fellow streams at minimum. Sorry. So now, when we click the get button, we want to clear this editor. Oh, well, you know what we're going to set it to? We're going to set you to a string that says, oh, pilot, you just know what I want. Okay, let's see if this works. So, make that request there. Ooh, it says the string loading, and then, poof, turns into its thing. Ah, the autocomplete just dropped on that. That's awkward. So here's the thing, since it's a password, I can't literally see it anymore. Maybe I won't make it a password. I was like, this is a cool idea. Now it's in my way. Do I even have the string? Dummy. Yeah, it's not going to be a password. Y'all hide your own credentials. Beautiful. Okay, so this is good. I like this changing to loading. It's acceptable. I want to add that button, the little timer thing now. So let's get on over here. So yeah, this is going to be a specialized method. Const results equals data. Alright, so we're setting results to data, which is literally just going to be calling this. So it's a wrapper around this. In addition, it's going to be starting a little cute little timer. Well, let's look at that. I do need to... Copilot is like, are you sure that's what you want to do? Good, Copilot. Okay, so now we need to HTML this file up. So results, let's call it a spam. How old the results are. So I guess we just going to need this a div, and then spam will be in the div. Results age. Results age. Results age. Does it look good? It's not centered. Okay, I'll give you the ID then, because styling needs to be done. age. That's acceptable in my book. Let's get some CSS up here. Text align center. Is that what does the magic? It would if I save the file. Boom. That's good. You're initially hidden though, so let's hide that. Glad I used an ID. Now I can say class hidden. And now here, when we do, not there, here, when we do all the hiding stuff, we can say a little bit of conditional logic. So we have a field set logic, we have that logic. Then we have results age dot class name or class list toggle hidden. So if we are disabling it, it is hidden. Correct. Good, good, good. Now I actually need that in a variable. Const results age. Thank you. Oh, you used hyphenated. I used camel cased. Well, I guess I'm the wrong one. Boom, results age. So that does that. Here's where we start the thing. Here. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is lovely. This is basically already what I want. This is not a countdown. Boom, results last updated. This is cool, but this requires you to like effort to like look at a clock. I ain't about that life. We are not about that life. So we're doing a set interval of every second. We'll be updating this cute little timer. So the results age dot data set dot when equals date dot now. I'll take the number. And here we go. So this is where we say results age. Well, first we're going to see if it's visible. If results age class list contains hidden. So if we're hidden, we're not doing anything. Otherwise, we're saying, ooh, look at that. Get a Copilot on it. Age, and then we're going to say results age, what is it, children, or is it child nodes? We'll find out. Children 0, text content equals, oh, you want to replace all the text, huh? Ooh, and you're converting it to seconds? I'm loving that for you, but, okay, we're about to push Copilot to its limit, folks, after I write this thing. To HMS. HMS age divided 1,000. Okay, this is where we're gonna go. Function seconds to HMS. Seconds. Okay, Copilot. Watch Copilot write this code for me. Hours, minutes, seconds. Oh, look at that. And sure, it probably copied it from the Stack Overflow post I was gonna use, but I didn't have to switch browser tabs. It just wrote it for me. Now I do want to fix this too. No, not to fixed. Pad. Well, I have to string it, don't I? So pad start. Want it to be 2, but with 0, so like 0 padded. You know what? I don't know if we need days or hour, minutes, and seconds. I think minutes. Yeah, you know what? Hour, minutes, and seconds. Good enough for me. Let's do this to the rest of them. Let's see if that looks good. Oh, something is dead. I broke it. Line 61. Redeclaration of formal parameter. Raw seconds or total. Total seconds. Loving that for me. Love that. You cool now? We look cool. Hey. Okay, this is cool. it's not, the UI is not immediately clear. Like, I know what this is, but I don't know. It's acceptable in my book. Let's switch to create. Let's actually switch to delete. Let's delete a bunch of stuff. Now let's break something. MongoDB. Invalid schema. Loving that. Okay, let's do some more. So instead of just being like this, there's HTML, MDN. What is it? It's a time tag, right? Yeah, the date time element. Let's use that. Time, right? And we'll say date time, and that's when I will set it to an ISO, whatever you call it. And it'll do the cool title, change it. So when this happens, that happens there. Results age, date, time, equals, technically now, it's new date to ISO string, and let's go all the way. So we'll save ourselves constant now equals new date. So we can say now dot get time. So we're all actually using the same value instead of milliseconds difference. Results age, alt, equals. So this is going to be like the one it suggested to me. Results received at, boom, now to local string. We'll do the same thing with title because I want all the cool things. I know it is not semantic to do this, but I want the cool hover and I want the cool accessibility. Yeah, I appreciate it, Jim. Yeah, when you get in the flow, you get in the flow, you know?